so that means we'll declare that we've got a quorum and call the meeting to order. Everybody had a good night's sleep. Mine was fairly good, but could have been a little better. We have a little bit of time before our schedule presents, so we can just dive into and maybe begin with a recap of the totals on the dashboard, the live scoring sheet, Patrick. And from there into whatever list we want to start talking about. Make progress before we begin our tier 1 presentations. Of course, we have to log in and go through the authenticator. So that 14.5 has been approved, and we do have each county. Every county that has applied, it's actually got. So is that correct, Patrick?
Yeah, we've approved and we have 27 counties apply. We've approved at least one project for every county.
Well, we moved forward for consideration.
Moved forward for consideration.
Thank you, guys. We've approved $0.
And so what about, do we want to just go through each category and see where we are? Yep. With those as well.
So regional asset, we've got 6 awards sitting at 5.2 million. Tier 1, we've awarded 20 to 15 counties, sitting at 4.4. RRI, we awarded 12 for 10 counties for 1.4 million. CPR, we awarded 25 through 19 counties at 3.2. And mini grant, we awarded 6 for 4 counties at 135.
Open to any suggestions on what's next.
And see if they can hear us.
Oh yeah, sound good, Jeff?
Yeah, it does sound better already. Thank you.
Maybe our sound sound.
Oh yeah, I'm muted over here.
Now the sound's on our side, sorry.
We just want to feel their pain.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff.
Oh yeah, it sounds a little bit better already. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. So much pressure. I never muted it. I think it just mutes my turn.
So Jason, he's waiting for somebody to.
Well, my thoughts are is that, you know, until we get to these regional assets, it's difficult to award more money because that money up to 20 million can go very quickly. So I don't know if we want to have a little bit more of a guiding discussion for the future, like as far as, you know, these CPR grants, for example. You know, it's like we looked at that. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more, I guess, heartache. You know, I've been on this committee for a while now, and it just seems like the spirit of the projects that we get excited about and things of, you know, the bigger, more regional things. You know, Des has kind of touched on this a little bit, you know, with the UDOT's initiative, with the connectivity of trails around the state and things like that. It just seems like if you asked me and said, well, do you want more slides and swings? Yeah, I love that, especially in the little towns. But would I rather have paved bike paths between, you know, Pigwich and here? You know, it's like, well, yeah, I'd rather have that as far as the spirit of this money. So I don't know. There's a subject. What do you think?
I'm going to talk to some of you. We got a lot of money this year, and I'd rather have it be going towards big regional meaningful things and not so much on lots of slides. But I do have ARP streams for small communities that don't have resources, and then growing communities that high growth areas that are just not able to get things in. Right, they got other demands on their revenues, and so I don't want to do this now, but I hitting 3.2 mil on the CPR is a lot higher than I was thinking about. And you know, but some discussions would be better off to hold some money back in this round and be talking with Utah Trail Network and some of the others for some other things that are in play, but maybe add to and extend some of that reach with that Utah Trail Network. With some, you know, they're going to be limited on dollars in their first year, and they're up and running now, but there may be some projects to put there. Not to say that we couldn't come back and do some other CPR things a little bit later in the year if that doesn't play out. But I'd rather put some big dollars there. And I don't know what that dollar amount means until we get really through the regional asset tiers and say, okay, how much money we got on the table? We've got some money on the table to do that without pulling back with some of the things that we recommended, or if we need to look individually at some of the things that we did in blocks and say, are they really needed and necessary for some of the things and free up some money that way.
So that would kind of, if I'm understanding you correctly, we don't recommend the entire amount that we have for this round, hold some back and decide purposefully on some figure so that when things do get more progressed with Utah Trail Network and UDOT, that we then could a little bit more agility as a group, jump on and make some decisions mid-cycle. That I'm understanding?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, so any thoughts on that? Any, see some heads nodding?
Yeah, let's see how this set of presentations goes and how we, handle the really big asks and what's left, obviously. I mean, I think we went really high with the CPR because we were trying to hit some of those low income, small communities. And that was the mechanism they used this year for their proposals. But,
And just to be absolutely frank, the only other source of funding and grants available for parks is the LWCF, which you need a professional grant writer to really access. So this one is the only one where really small communities.
Yeah, and I think philosophically, I think everybody here aligns with what you just said, kind of restating some of the stuff that Des said yesterday. This line that we're trying to walk between the real big intent behind CPR, big enterprise projects that are large scale, that are going to bring economic value to the community, and the others that are more or less subsidized by
Sure. So for me, just looking down at that CPR list, the ones that I probably want to review the most would be those in living counties that have the resources. Is this really a need, or do we let's go help those that are in smaller? And there may be some high growth that are in that because there are counties that make some sense to still consider. That's what I would be thinking. Is there a little bit of shave off to add towards some other area?
I think we all align with that.
I would say that in the urban high growth, especially those that are in those neighborhoods that might be lacking in resources, would be sort of where I would wanna focus my attention more than adding to already.
So we could get it a number of different ways. We could put them up as let's rediscuss, or we could just categorize all of them and set a priority number and how best to approach that.
I'm gonna 8:17 in the morning, we start regional asset at 9:30. Right? Is that what we're doing? Correct. Yeah, we could, if we're going to, if we don't have other things to take action on, we could at least go through some of those urban reviews that are on that CPR list and kind of understand what the urban asks are. And maybe not make decisions on that until after we see what regional asset.
So then you put an asterisk by someone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And can I ask, just as somebody who may be administering this money with UDOT for Utah Trails Network, I mean, do we have an idea of how this would work? I mean, we would meet with Stephanie Tomlin, identify projects that maybe would rank better if they had additional funding to them. Because with this program, you know, we need to run it as that competitive grant process, you know, I don't think we can just appropriate, you know.
No, yeah, no, we'd have to say, are there some projects and there's some communities that actually, like go through our process and still give some effort, and maybe there's only 2 or 3 that really come, that come to light. For me, I feel like I don't want to promulgate that we're going to have high dollars going to parks every single year. I'd rather go slightly, and it sends a little bit of a direction. This is more where we want to play with the funds of this pool.
And so the timeline, I guess, would our expectation be we're trying to position some of these to be ready for next grant cycle, or would we anticipate maybe trying to run an off-cycle program? Where we can
That may depend on what we get back from UDOT as to, or there's projects that are, okay. I haven't talked with people. Well, I did a while ago talk to Carlos, just asking about other projects. I didn't say, hey, what if I went and proposed this? If we have some extra money. Stephanie's out on, I think she's really close to having a baby. So all of that may slow. I think Josh is taking over some of her duties while she's out on maternity leave. So that may slow some things up, but it's more what's on the list. Is there something that we could step in and be meaningful on for $1 million or $2 million bucks? And
but I mean, I like the idea. I think like we just saw like the Colorado River Pathway. I mean, that was a different funding source, you know, but I think this program has contributed to, I think, some that are going to be at least integrated into the trails network. It really fits kind of what we are trying to do here with like these larger significant projects. Having a partner like UDOT guarantees, you know, almost guarantees like a pretty good success on it. But yeah, so I really like the idea. I'm just already trying to think about, okay, what's the administration?
I'll give you an example. Like I started thinking about this in seriousness, listening to the Paragon discussion. All right, they know this is in phases. It's about money. One of them sounds like it's more complicated and expensive than other ones. If we do that first phase and talk to Utah Trail Network, say if you guys will accelerate one phase, we'll come in and help with the other phase and be able to complete that whole thing in a shorter time period instead of phasing that out over the next 2-3 years. Something like that. I don't know if we have to do that, but kind of explore whether or not they would accelerate that and then make that piece that we're doing even more meaningful in a shorter period of time.
Yeah. I think, I mean, just between now and next cycle, you know, I think there'd be a lot of information. We really work with those applicants, identify that stuff, and either get ready for the next cycle, just to help encourage some of those higher level applications. That
It could be wait for the next cycle, and it could be, hey, we need to meet this fall on a Zoom call for a decision on some things.
Well, if we ask them, are we thinking we're gonna ask UDOT and other groups to be going through a competitive process, or are we thinking that we're going to bypass that aspect of it?
No, I think it's got to be a competitive
Okay.
process where you say, hey, there are people that, if you want to do this, you've got to submit an application.
Okay,
Just to do this.
Open up
a window.
mid-cycle.
Thank you for clarifying.
Volatile shoreline trail funding a few years
Oh,
ago,
yeah.
might be a little bit of a model. I mean, that was a different sort of funding source, but then we did come together and review a bunch of applications and choose. Or maybe it was.
And maybe it's part of, right, Cam mentioned that there's $11 million coming to UDOT for rural communities.
Yeah.
And maybe it's, hey, what are you doing with that? Is there a way to leverage that with some other projects with UTN? I just feels like it would make some sense to hold a little bit of money back.
Yeah, I think I brought that up, it's the same thing. Both of those, I think, it makes sense for us, some sort of a mid-cycle opportunity to make the dollars mean more and leverage. You got some federal. Cameron, go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. And I wanted to thank Des and Lance for starting the conversation off this way. I want to actually take a step back because Patrick, it's a fair question to ask about administrative pieces. But I want to put an exclamation point on the point about holding off some money for future consideration. Sales tax revenues across the state and all of my local governments are very flat or down year over year for this year. So as I'm looking ahead to next year and the applications we may get, I anticipate the number of applications will continue to grow. But I anticipate the pool of resources will dwindle. So to me, there's also wisdom above and beyond this discussion about partnering with UDOT, which I agree with. I also think there's wisdom in saying if we don't have A and B level projects, instead of funding C level projects this year, let's save a little bit of money with the intent to bolster the fund for next year. Now, I recognize that comes with the risk that the legislature can come back and reallocate the money for other programs between now and then. But I think if the stated intent was, we're holding this money for large scale projects with regional impact, and we want to leverage the ATIF and we want to leverage these other federal dollars, I think we can preserve that money year over year. Do you, you work staff, have a sense of what sales tax projections will look like in this fund next year?
And are we talking the TRT revenue coming into this or the outdoor adventure fund?
Yes, all of the above.
Yeah.
It just depends on the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it's progressively gone up ever so slightly every year. But you know, I think our very early forecast for our adventure fund this year, you know, I mean, it's putting in roughly, I think 10 million this year, but yeah, I think the expectations is, you know, we'll get 8.5 from DRT, roughly 10.5 from adventure funds next year. But I don't know.
You still think the numbers will grow, even though visitation to the state is lower year over year, and overall sales tax revenues have flattened out considerably year over year?
I think
Well,
that's a possibility.
I think the
yes.
fact that the economy overall and prices overall are going up is what's causing that. So while I don't expect an increase again this year, it's possible, but I also don't think there's going to be a very concerning decline or decrease in what we're getting. So I think overall the amount, but that's the other side of the coin. The amount is not the only thing to be paying attention to. It's also the rising cost of everything it takes to make these projects work. Everything from fuel to materials is also going up. So that's really the more concerning piece for me is the value of the actual dollars versus the amount we get. I do agree there's some value in considering next year holdover. There is the concern about the legislature. If we were to decide to do that, we want to make sure we communicate to legislative fiscal analyst office so that when questions come up in meetings that we're not present at by legislators, that at least the LFA has the information when they're asked. Because they are the ones that are going to help provide those answers. And the legislature starts looking at a fund saying, oh, look, they've got $6 million they didn't spend. And then the LFA hopefully can chime in and say, yes, they do. However, I was informed that was intentional to be able to spend it next year, which isn't a guarantee, but it is one effort that we could take to mitigate that effect.
Nicole?
Oh, I just wanted to mention that one of the ways to get around it, it is like you guys have all acknowledged, and a very risky proposal because of the power of the legislature to pull those funds. But you know, you guys could pre-allocate it if you wanted to, and we could talk about that another time. There may be a few little things that we could do to help out.
Yeah.
Nicole, that's exactly what I was saying. We budget this way as a business. We say, okay, we're gonna hit this number, we're gonna spend these dollars this way, but if not, they're going elsewhere. I'm wondering if we can do that on the back end with our accounting, say, hey, these other 15 or 20 CPRs are tentatively approved. Whatever.
So I think that's probably a discussion that DOR, we all need to have, because I think it's a more complicated discussion, and it's a little bit more challenging with the state to do kind of a pre-allocation, but there are some options. But kind of just saying we're going to reserve it for future projects, that I don't think really counts as a pre-allocation. You have to actually like have the money contractually obligated.
Okay, well, I think that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of that, Nicole. So thank you for bringing it up. If it can provide a little bit more predictability, I would be in favor of that. So we can talk through the mechanics of it at some point. And
Thank
then-
you. I appreciate you guys.
Say again? So today we can maybe decide on an amount and then later we can figure out that, on the back end, what that looks like in terms of the kind of lumpy. Any other business that we want to talk about or philosophical matters?
I've been just another talking point, so you can tell our opinion. It's just, it seems like we've gotten better at this over the years. So, like today, we're gonna be waiting for these regional asset tiers. It might be good just in the future to put them all on the first day. I know that'd be a heavy lift, gotta be a bear, but, again, we're gonna be kind of talking philosophically for the next hour because we don't, know what we're gonna allocate on those big numbers, so.
And another piece of that a little bit, and this is where it's really hard, is looking at some of these regional asset tier applications really feel more like tier one applications.
So, yeah, I hear that.
Expensive, and then we just get people to listen to longer and longer. How do we, how do we fix that? We don't-
I think that's a function of the costs.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
So we have to adjust and modify levels again. See if we just did that, but things are getting more expensive.
I think Francis' idea is great about having them present first, and having the regional asset tiers present first. But I do want to point out that we've always talked about saving some money for the what ifs, but just in case. And I've never liked that idea because there was no intent, but I think Dez's proposal is the first time we've had some type of intent behind it, which I think is really important about saving dollars. Because otherwise, if there's no notes to them, then it's the cookie jar is wide open.
Yeah, I think it's allocated. We've talked about that in other realms of our funding, but. It's a good point.
Going forward, maybe the way to deal with the CPR is we just put a percentage of whatever we get that we just decide as a board and this division, how much of the percentage of the total funds are we going to go towards CPR, and that makes that a little, but it puts a cap on the dollar amount in any given year is whatever percentage we decide.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And it can be built in. Yeah, there's a number of different ways to do it. Was there somebody online?
Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron. Go ahead.
Cameron?
Trying. Okay, can you hear me now? My computer
Yeah.
froze. Okay,
It's like I wasn't sure if this was you.
yeah, the video is still trying to decide if it wants to work. Okay. Just coming back to the CPR is the, as the person who was involved in modifying the criteria to allow for the CPR, and I've spent time with UORC staff on this. To me, it's less about what percentage of the overall fund should it be, and more about making sure we're getting the right type of applications to save the time for all of us on the evaluation side. And so maybe UORC staff, since we're talking philosophically, maybe it's worth sitting down again later this spring and summer before you open up applications and say, okay, how do we make it crystal clear what the expectation is for the CPR versus what is not going to move forward. So I'll just give you an example. I was having a conversation with a community, I won't use names, but a high growth community where they do not have enough soccer fields in the city to service all the kids who are interested in playing soccer. So, it makes it difficult for them to do rec leagues, and they have kids who have to go several cities away just to find field space. So this city is in the process of working with some private landowners to create a regional soccer facility. So for those of you on the Wasatch Front, think about the regional soccer facility or the regional sports complex in Salt Lake City by Northwest Middle. Think about the regional sports complex in Farmington. Think about the regional sports complex in Provo. They're looking at doing that type of approach that would be large scale, serve more than just their city, but but really meet this need. To me, that sort of project is very consistent with what we should be seeking for CPR. That project is not before us right now because it's still a concept, but that sort of project I think would be a crown jewel in the CPR world. Likewise, we talk about the small communities where the park serves a regional need. It may be smaller scale than what I just described, but it is still serving a regional need. So to me, I look at the criteria we have around regional assets, and we want to have economic development. We want to have heads and beds. We want to have the regional impact. We want to have more than just serving the immediate neighborhood. Let's look at having that criteria be part of the CPR application process. And maybe that would help weed out some of the applications that are, for shade structures or other things that don't have that, don't meet that nexus. So those are just my 2 cents philosophically on how the CPR can fit in all these pieces. I guess the last thing I'll add is some of the regional assets that I've seen this year. I echo who commented this earlier. They feel like glorified tier 1, and just because they ask for $1 million doesn't mean we necessarily need to award them $1 million, and we can still look at them as a tier 1 application, even though they ask for the bigger dollar amount. So let's keep that in mind here when that process starts up again in a few minutes. Those are my philosophical musings for now.
Cameron, if I can philosophize with you a little bit. I think by definition, that soccer complex falls into CPR. I don't think financially a soccer complex would fall into CPR. So to me, we'd have to change the limits of 200,000, right? I gotta think a soccer complex like you're talking about is multiple millions of dollars. Once you talk about fields, all the equipment, the parking lot, the bathrooms. So why I think you're spot on. We probably need to redefine what the definition is.
I just encourage him to apply for a regional asset.
Right now, yeah. Right?
So we need to make it clear that regional assets can include things that might fall under CPR if they were smaller. Or do we not want to go there?
I think if they can articulate a good case, there's no reason on paper why we could consider that. It would just be up to the group to look at it. If it makes sense and is appealing to everybody that's on this committee, then absolutely.
Historically, the definition of the ground is an upper recreation ground. Soccer fields, the more traditional asset, would not fit under that.
But we don't have that in policy or in full reg.
Well, historically, would not fund soccer fields, but once we were able to access that adventure fund money, the funding back in that is a little different. And so that's where kind of CPR came from. A lot of these projects technically wouldn't really be eligible. So yeah, we do have the opportunity. I think the funding that's going into the UORG account through the transient room tax would not fund soccer fields as is currently in statute. The other funding would. But maybe just for my clarification, I think Noemi did a really great job last year in getting some feedback surveys out, and we'll definitely do that again. There's definitely some things that I'll want to work with her to target so we can get some good feedback from you, just to have this, a little bit more detail in these discussions. But I think maybe just the quick straw poll one, this committee still wants to review and award CPR, or would prefer a subcommittee in a different process. Just kind of want to get your takes.
How many different subcommittees we already got?
We have the youth engagement, our UCOR, and then RTP non-motorized. You are the approver, but we also run a subcommittee to kind of review and send recommendations to you. So that would be our third. We could tag it into Land and Water Conservation Fund, some of the work we're doing there. But and maybe the better solution is to, again, take another year, try to find the improvements, figure out how to better communicate, better create kind of that application. So we are getting the type of projects that you're really excited about, less shade structures, more sports complexes.
The more we send this out to subcommittees, the harder it is for us as a group to make sure that we're being equitable and hitting, we want to make sure that we're hitting all of the counties. Well, what about all of the other subcommittees? I mean, if they're hitting these, and then we don't have to worry about it, but the communication and the tracking and you know, whether we want it to go that way is an issue. I don't know. I feel like it gets more complicated if we offload it.
So
That's just my take.
I think us trying to be equitable and try to hit all the counties is an internal discussion that wasn't ever put a statutory requirement to do.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I want to give them best projects, and I think we're trying to be, hey, mostly because there's a lot of small communities that they don't have the need that, hey, if we're going to give to that, then let's give some consideration to another small community in Shepherd County.
But it represents almost 50% of the applications we review. So from the usefulness of our effort and time, it hurts. You know, having just a couple of years ago, we didn't have these, but now it's half of our time for basically 25% or less of our money.
And that's one of my bigger concerns with keeping CPR in its current state with the volume of applications, because I want you to spend
And it's gonna get more.
time, with a lot of these other projects, but and I can work with Noemi and we can try to develop, get your feedback and try to develop what are the kind of more infrastructural opportunities to create a better one. Like maybe we have a lower limit, we talk a lot about the upper limit, but maybe if we bring the lower limits and you have to be at least requesting like this amount, that would eliminate some shade structures. That would eliminate some of these smaller lines. I think there's a lot of creative opportunities. I don't have them all in my head right now. But I think working with staff, all looking, reaching out to maybe some other organizations who are doing similar things, we might be able to land on a few ways to better get what we're looking for. I was really deliberate this year on the application. Cameron and I had this awesome hike up Mount Olympus. It really dialed in kind of what we were looking for, communicated it pretty clearly in the program guides on the applications. Like this is the level what we're looking for. We want to be responsive to growth, all this stuff we've talked about. And it's still, I think people are going to want their application, our grants to fit their application, not their applications to fit our grants. We're just going to run into that. My concern, I talked to Jason about this, is like, I don't want us to create Advil by trying to do something good, which is help these communities with these problems. But if we're constantly denying stuff because they think, that's what they need. But it's a progress. We're in year 2 right now, right?
Yeah, so it takes time to sharpen this up. We hear a lot of clear. There's definitely ways procedurally, rule, and just the overall PR and communication side of it that I think we're getting sharper on. It's a good point. This is only year 2, so.
I will say, I'm on the fence about this, but when you mentioned pairing with LWCF, that's actually a pretty good alignment. And I don't know who's on that. I know a couple people who are on that committee. Are they parks focused folks?
Yeah, it leans more parks. There's still an array.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's where I when I looked at these, I was like, I don't know what makes a good pickleball court or soccer field or whatever. And I wish I had a background or somebody had a background in that. The LWCF group does.
Yeah.
Maybe some that lives there, there's some support. Or add somebody to this group, because whenever we talk about ADA, Tracy and Jeff, I'm so glad we're here to speak up on behalf of that. I know a little bit about it, but I don't know nearly as much. And I feel like when it comes to building actual park structures, I don't know if anybody was reason. No offense, anybody, I just don't know that. Right?
It's also hard to pickleball courts versus playground structures. It is a little bit harder to like. In the rural versus urban, and there's some that it's a lot to think about.
And I think working with Cameron, Cameron and I, we're talking a lot about growth and how this month's can help communities who can't keep up with growth. And I think there's probably some data we could get to plug into this. Maybe there's some type of matrix where it's, maybe there's a pick list of 20 and we can see how many elements are being, produced in this project. And maybe that creates an initial kind of vetting process that can really put on the table for you all to evaluate a much smaller, higher quality level, because I considered going through them one by one and really identifying the ones that I personally felt were representative of what we were trying to do. But to me, it felt like I was taking too much authority over the grant and I didn't want to necessarily, put that influence there. But that's something we can work through the application. And, I know Cameron is probably has more information about growth rates and about, a lot of this other stuff. So go ahead, Cameron.
I just wanted to support Patrick and what you were saying here, and Patrick mentioned he and I went for a hike to talk through all of this, and so I guess I got my hike in with Patrick then instead of yesterday while you guys are all down in Lance's neck of the woods. So Lance, again, I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but I do like this concept of how to better refine this, whether it's a matrix, whether it's specifically spelling out what won't be funded. Yeah, I think there's ways we can refine this while still keeping the underlying policy in place of trying to support it. Because what I'm hearing remotely is that the group is comfortable with the policy rationale of supporting growing communities where basically the regional park space isn't keeping pace, and also the policy in rural Utah of being able to support those community gathering places. And right now we're still getting applications beyond that sphere. But I guess I just would like a straw test before I volunteer to meet with Patrick and the UORG team to keep refining this. Straw polling, is that where this group is comfortable, and that two-tier policy approach of supporting those areas that are growing quickly and need that helping hand for regional park space, as well as in rural Utah, helping with those community gathering places.
So I thought of, what if we after the cycle concludes, what if we were to take the CPR list from this year and just do some experiments, use some AI, we can develop a matrix and see where we get with that, and then ask the person feedback on what it spits out for us. That sound, because then we can kind of on the same notion of thinking fast and slow. We can provide a little bit of a head start before our reviews happen that we know, and we're confident in the process that, okay, these bottom half do not fit the criteria. We know that from a pretty simple process that we've been able to run through. So now we've kind of cut the workload in half. Does that sound like a good approach? We can commit to doing that.
And just piggyback on Dez's concept of a percentage, one of the things I'm seeing with it is, we're getting this tension of this growing list of CPRs that are great projects, but it's competing with the dollars for the trails, for the traditional outdoor rec components. And I know I felt tension because I want to fund them all, but if they continue to grow and we still have the same pool, it feels great that we've got 3.5 going towards those right now. But yesterday we might have wanted 25% instead of 30% bar. So if it continues to grow half our workload, we see half of these projects, and we really want to fund all the other great outdoor rec stuff. But I know the percentage has been an idea that's been kicking around in my mind too. We just had, hey, there's this pot over here, and that goes to CPR. I know maybe that's not appropriate, but something along those lines, so there's not that constant tension that we're taking away from traditional outdoor recreation opportunities.
Yeah, that's well said.
I just want to get something on the table. I think from the tourism industry, and I'm looking at Lance, but I think I would rather put dollars into regional sports complexes than I would into just soccer fields that were, but just because regional sports complexes, whether it's soccer or baseball or anything else, it's going to drive tourism to that community. People are going to stay in hotels if you're putting on tournaments because you've got a regional sports complex. So from a rural economic development perspective, or from just kind of the periphery of the Wasatch Front, I'm not saying we've got to go do that, but I from the TRT side of things, I'd rather have those dollars be thought of on stronger on the economic development front, which would be complexes versus neighborhood soccer fields kind of stuff.
I think does our code allow all of that? I think it is.
I mean, adventure fund, I guess maybe one of the interesting, like the TRT, we have the clear mandate, we need to support tourism and economic growth. The adventure fund, not so much. Obviously it's the right decision to support, economic growth and better, healthier communities. But I think CPR is allowed to be funded because of this other fund that doesn't have that same connection. I think the logic still is perfect. We want to support economic growth in these communities. We want to give these opportunities to develop tourism and to develop these opportunities. But yeah, the code does certainly allow that with
additional funding.
You're saying if we're putting it into parks related stuff, that's where I prefer that if there were opportunities, particularly along the lines of what Cam was saying, or the project meeting knows that's developing, I'd be more excited about that than shade structures and park lots.
Yeah.
But then frankly, we really do need to move away from setting the expectation that we're going to try and hit every county as much as that has been kind of something we'd hope to do. Some years.
I don't think it's a bad goal. I just don't think we have to hit that.
And it's already not the first thing we do.
Yeah.
Maybe we save
Yeah.
that conversation until.
Because if we shift that this year, that shrinks the funding approved for CPR by about $1 million. Because about $1 million was, was 200 here, 200 there, was to go, oh, this is the only place where these counties have an application in, let's bring them along.
But when we brought those when we did that yesterday, we brought them in a kind of a chunk.
Yeah.
We could look at them separately.
We could.
That's one of the things I was looking at yesterday. I was like, well, I want to see these smaller ones through, but we also grabbed 5 more that maybe we need to look at individually. I still think the smaller communities, and I think we're all going to do that.
I don't want to incentivize a smaller community just knowing and having pretty much an assurance that
Yeah.
whatever we hand in is going to get accepted.
Yeah, because we're the only ones doing it from our county. Yeah.
That's bad. Thing to, set. How do we then bring their level up? Probably by quick decisions.
But if their application made it in front of us, it's not sure that they get every single criteria because they were vetted by the graphic. And so part of my feeling here is even if we rolled that 2 million or whatever it might be, if I can somehow sweep the rug out. I did everything you asked me to do, and I qualified and I was reviewed, but for some reason I didn't get it. So I guess I'm sympathetic to some of this county.
And my simple response is, it's really been better. You should see how many applications we've got, and all of these that are good application just didn't compete as well with others.
Yeah, especially for this particular grant opportunity. I mean,
And I have a couple of applications that I reviewed last year. We did not fund them. They came back with a better application, with, for information, better concept design. So sometimes maybe saying, hey, to competitive, we don't have enough money this year, but do some more thinking about your proposal.
If we.
One of them we certainly did. I can't remember.
See, that's a great story, right?
It is. That's exactly what.
We did better than ever. We're still not making. I would disenchant, disenfranchise.
Or was it comments?
they were talking about the volume.
Yeah.
Oh, there are a bunch of us who can, we can see, don't worry about it, what more you have to be.
Yeah, and I think with CPR, we talk a lot about what we do, resources, like grants, and maybe we start really dialing in CPR specific training for these, just to help spread what our expectations are beyond the program guide, beyond a few slides on our grant touring. So I think we can also do more CPR specific stuff.
And we've been talking to our company on some tools that we can put online to make this easier. And so if maybe some of you would be willing to do a little stand-up interview and tell your perspective on this discussion to help anyone who is looking to hand in their application, be able to watch the video and then also hear it at our grant workshop tour, and then also hear it and see it in the program guide. Maybe that's just one more thing. Something to we'll probably throw out a cast for Cameron.
So 2 things. One, I heard Jason say if anyone's willing to volunteer, and that's when I clicked my hand. Second, Tom, Des, and I have been around a long time on this fund and a few others as well. And I remember when this fund started with just a few $1 million, and it was basically all tier 1. And we lamented that we didn't have enough money to help on larger regional type projects. And then we lamented that we didn't have money to help on educational opportunities. Then we lamented we didn't have money to help on rehabilitation and restoration of existing assets. So to me, it is really cool that look over the last decade plus and see the growth in the program and the amount of projects that we've been able to assist and really make a positive impact around the state. So I think we're better this year than we were last year on CPR. We'll be better next year than we are this year. And I want to thank the staff for your great work. And similar as we went through the growing pains with these other pieces, I think in light of the growing costs, in light of inflationary pressures, and in light of trying to be very targeted on how we're spending these resources and having more resources than we ever had before, I think this has been a good discussion to help direct really where we want these dollars to go and then what we expect of the applicants when they bring their applications forward.
Yeah, is there any piece of this dead horse that we can not? Question facilities, other than specifics on the CPR list, that would be the next step. If there's anything, any specific we want to put an asterisk on. And I've kind of looked through it. Doesn't feel like there's anything glaring to me, but you opened it. You guys. There's kind of two categories. There's the ones that we definitely know fall into the, smaller, lower economic power communities. And there are some, when you look at the county, it's like, well, yeah, that's a pretty major county. Then you look at the city or the town from that, well, yeah, that's one of the smallest communities in that county. So kind of two pieces of it, but.
So as I look down the CPR list, I mean, a couple of them that's just urban county, and then looking at the short summary, there's a Linden, Pheasant Brook Park shade summary. So I don't know if there's more going on there than just a shade structure. We did score, we did that as a grouping without ever really reviewing that one. Because it's not big money, it's only $60,000. So okay, making an issue of it. There's a pickleball court in Woodland Hills. Again, it's only $83,000, but it's a Utah County piece. Have lots of discussions about pickleball courts or not.
And I will say that was one of the ones that came back with a better application last year. And I didn't put it last year because it was better community. They didn't have any match. And they were just see that, yes, like this doesn't meet the need that some of those larger communities that are really growing for and really cool. But however, they did come back with better application.
Like I'm not saying we take them off. They're just ones that kind of, as I said, hey, let's look at some urban counties and then when it said shade summary, I was like, just sort of shy away from just doing shade. So I don't know if there's other pieces of that blended.
The other factor that has come into this too is those that we funded that have the adaptive, inclusive element to them. So the Davis County one.
I'm not even going to bring it because we had that discussion yesterday about the Davis Bluff Ridge Elementary, all with the playground. And I think we felt comfortable with that particular proposal.
Yeah.
Even though it is in county.
That first big block we did, everything in there. I feel like I've highlighted those two that you brought up as just have as like I said, an aspect for future conversation if we need to. Any others?
And I'll just look at an asterisk that again, the Orderville Recreation Complex Summary is a great project. We did give them $200,000 last year. Maybe should discuss if they want to spread that money around. Or continue to support it.
Yeah. Any others? Okay. We'll still have 30 minutes of time to use.
Is there any? I know we've got some people here, if Mapleton's here or not.
Yeah,
I'm just curious if we can start earlier.
Yeah,
I love saying. Have a little deep, but if we had, there's a little more time to discuss this. But
I know we have Uinta County here. And Mapleton also in person, Logan Minor. We have anybody from Mapleton here? Okay.
If you want to canvas here, maybe we take them out of order, just start working.
Just so it's process, can we do that, or do we have to?
Well, that's a good question, Tom. I don't know.
That's why
Nicole,
we have Nicole.
what are your thoughts there?
Nicole, did you hear the question?
We need outside.
So I'm sorry, you guys, believe it or not, like for the last 30 seconds, you guys have been cutting in and out, but the rest of the time it was perfect. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm here. How can I help? Do you guys want to know, is it that you need to know what to do with the next half hour?
Well, what we're talking about, Nicole, and time gap is, we have this current list on the agenda.
Right.
Present the regional asset tool tier, and one of them's already here. And if we were to have them present early, we're wondering if you could weigh in on whether or not that could be advisable.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I actually think it's probably not a problem since the person's there and since you have noticed it, and you guys have noticed it very specifically, but I think that you could easily revise the agenda after the meeting to reflect what actually happened. And I don't think that there's very much liability here because again, you're doing this all in a public meeting. And the only issue would be is if the person who was presenting felt that they didn't have the appropriate time to present their stuff. So since that's not an option, or here, I say go for it. No reason to sit around for half an hour, not doing anything.
Yeah, no pressure if you need it.
No, there's no pressure. I'm just saying, I think you guys absolutely have the discretion. And if somebody wants to come back and talk about it later, then we can come back and talk about it later, but there's clearly notice.
Ready.
Thank you. Got all the safety right before Travis is already coming up, so.
I'm excited about this topic, so. This has been a long, group effort in UNT County, so you want me to talk about being fraud, you're not stop. Okay, so my name is Travis Campbell. I'm with UNT County, here to present on the phase 2 of the Ashley Board Via Ferrata project. I guess my first question is, does anybody not know what Via Ferrata is? It's kind of a new activity. Some people don't know, some people do. Everybody know what Via Ferrata is. I brought equipment just so you know, there's specialized equipment, but this is it, which is kind of cool because it's an awesome opportunity, and relative to other forms of outdoor recreation or traditional recreation, the costs are relatively low and pretty affordable for this basic equipment. So I'll put this aside. If everybody knows what it is, if you want to see it, you can see what the actual lanyards look like. But so yeah, Via Ferrata, it's in the realm of rock climbing. The idea is to take non-rock climbers that maybe don't have all the equipment or the technical expertise and give them the same experience as a traditional rock climber. So we do that through a series of different features that are permanently mounted to the rock face. So it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but you can kind of see some of the different features we've got. This is an amazing sky bridge that we put up, a couple hundred feet across, a couple hundred feet up. There's ladders here, smaller bridges, cable bridges, and then the basic Via Ferrata route it includes different rungs and footings and grips and a cable system, and that's where you can bring in these novice climbers or people new to the sport. So you've got a traditional rock climbing harness, you're clipped in, you're always safe and secure. So that cable system is what makes that possible. So Via Ferrata is something that's been big in Europe. And it came about after World War I. It's growing in the United States. There are private Via Ferrata routes around the country, some here in Utah, but as far as what we're doing here is a public route. So Ashley Gorge is the second public route in the U.S. behind Ouray, Colorado, that has a couple different routes outside of town, but those are open to the public, and that's what ours has become. Next. So this,
Like, how do you need somebody who can just walk up and use it anytime?
so yes, so if you have the proper equipment, there's no cost to access the Via Ferrata. We have seasons that the county will open and close at the this all exists on county property. Parking lots we have an agreement with BLM. And something similar with Sitla for part of the hiking trail. But UNA County manages the via product itself, and so we'll close that in the winter time or, depending on the weather. And then if it's open, you can go use it. So this is an aerial of Ashley Gorge where this is located. This just gives you an idea of what the phase 2 project could look like. Parking area down here south of the gorge. The orange lines indicate the existing hiking trails, and so these are the access points for those climbing the Via Prata to either get to the Via Prata or exit. These are also great for the vernal area because this create a new just trail system. So you don't want to climb the Via Prata, you can still come access these trails and enjoy the gorge. The red lines are the existing routes. And so these were very intentional the way they were laid out. As you can kind of see, they're laid out in what we call sectors. So they're kind of in 3 individual loops that are all interconnected. So climbers can either do the entire route, or they can use these, what we call bailout points here and here, to skip certain sectors, go back and climb them again if they wanted. But it's intentional that way to give that experience, that the full experience and do the whole thing. Or there's certain exposures you don't want to experience, you don't want to climb, you can skip those sectors too. So then the kind of bluish, the dark blue, purple color, those are the for the phase 2 application we've got before you today. Those are the new climbing routes that we're proposing. And then the pink lines are new hiking access trails to connect those new climbing routes to the existing route system. The black dotted line, I just want to mention that's the existing county road that goes up Ashley Gorge. And then the blue squares are existing water infrastructure that's in the area. You can see Ashley Creek that runs down Ashley Gorge. And we do have some water infrastructure in that area, which I will say we've seen some increased security measures for the increased traffic up there to make sure that infrastructure is protected. Okay, so for these new route designs, this is what we're calling the thin wall. This is the first of the 3 that we're proposing. So this is kind of a bypass route. So the existing sectors that I mentioned are connected through a short footpath path between the first and the second sectors. So this kind of indicates where the existing route, you climb down this foot face, jump onto a short hiking trail, and then climb up the next cliff wall just north. So what this would do is keep the climbers on top of the wall. So giving them a just more climbing experience. So this will be a kind of more challenging, more exposed option. And again, it's an option. They can still use the footpath, or they can climb on this new feature. So again, the bluish purple color, that's the traditional Via Prata route, traditional rungs, cable systems like that. The light blue are a series of bridges and platforms, and whether the bridges are more platform bridges, cable bridges. We've got some different types of platforms that will be going in there to connect these, what we're calling on the thin wall, connect these different fins that are sticking out of the cliff face. So just another experience, something a little more exposed, a little more challenging, a little funner for the adrenaline junkies. So that's the first improvement we want to make. So next slide. So the next is what we're calling the terrace escape. So the existing Via Ferrata route, again, indicated by the black line, it climbs up this cliff face. It's kind of hard to tell in this picture, but this is what we're calling our terrace. When climbers get here on the back side of this cliff, they'll have it set and climb down to the existing footpath that will take them back towards the beginning. So what this improvement would add this new route that would take them up this kind of undulating cliff face, and just another option to continue to climb and take them up through the top of Ashley Gorge. So rather than exiting at the bottom or exiting the existing route, walking the footpath and climbing out another feature at the south end of the gorge, they could exit through this route
which will be connected to another hiking trail on the top of the gorge.
If this be, they would have come down to the cease and desist trail. at that
Correct,
point?
yeah, so this, again, I guess we can go back, this is something better experienced in person to understand the sheer scale and scope of this, but, yeah, on the screen, it's kind of tough to do, because these two cliff faces blend in together, this, you can kind of see that line, that's where the existing route
Okay,
hits that descent. Okay. Okay, so then the third main route that we want to do is what we're calling Raptor Ridge. So this will be in the same area at the end of the existing route when you descend down and when you get onto that return trail. This is the next cliff face over. So again, this was that last carriage that I just mentioned. So just a short walk over to this next cliff face is Raptor Ridge. So this would be another exit option. So there'd be actually two routes that you can choose from what they're calling the easy route, which I'm not sure how easy it's going to be because the exposure is going to be pretty intense on this. So this is going to be for like the really diehard climbers. But there will be two routes, an easy and a more challenging route. Both will have pretty much a vertical climb out. We're talking to our install team and folks who have climbed around the country and around really the world. This could be one of the longest single pitch via throttle climbs in the US, which is about 800 to 900 feet, give or take, which almost doubles what our existing exit climbs are. The existing via throttle climbs are about 400 to 500 feet up, so this could nearly double.
is it gonna be, more attached to the rock or ladder that's a little bit more free?
So most of this will be on the rock.
Okay,
We are discussing other features like ladders to add more of
would
the
that be
experience.
phase 3 or phase?
So this will be part of this. There are sections here, again, because of the scale, it's hard to tell exactly where those, just the scale of how big this actually is. But there's a few spots up here, several hundred feet up where you could add these cable ladders that could just add more features and more options for people. So again, 800 to 900 foot climb to the top of Ashley Gorge as a new exit. And what's really exciting about this one is it's such a big climb that this kind of creates a second, a single day of climbing in and of itself. So you can climb the existing Via Ferrata in one day, stay overnight in Vernal, and then come back and just do this if you want to do this. And that'll be enough time for person. That could be a good day to climb. So that's what we're excited about, is creating this truly multi-day climbing experience. If folks from the Wasatch Front or other states want to come out and do the Via Ferrata, they can do it. In a weekend, they can have more than just one day of climbing and have new experiences, so they don't have to do the same climb multiple times. So something we're very excited about. Okay. So this is kind of back to the aerial view. These are the return and the hiking trails that will connect these new routes to the existing route system. So you can kind of see the blue, purple color, that's the Via Ferrata routes. The pink are going to be hiking trails that connect to, again, the existing trail system up here. And again, something that's really exciting about this for the community is that it's more of a hiking trail system. We have hiking trails in different areas in UNA County, but this just creates, as you see, a couple miles of new trails that the non-climbers can come experience and come enjoy, and they can come appreciate Ashley Gorge without having to strap into the Via Ferrata and be on the cliff face. They can see that, have that experience from the top of the gorge. Okay, so next part of this project is improvements to the parking area and then the addition of some restrooms. So the parking area is the south end of Ashley Gorge. We want to add just a two-hole vault toilet to that area. So right now we have just porta johns there, but this allows for something more permanent for visitors in the area. And then we wanted to put a restroom in the gorge, appropriately positioned with our health department, where the water infrastructure is and where the creek creek is to make sure that's done appropriately. The idea there would be that if climbers are in need of the facilities, they can use those bailout points, they can climb down, and through a bridge that spans Ashley Creek, they can cross the creek to the west side of the gorge, use the facilities, and then get back on the wall. This is the ideal location, simply because there's not enough room on the other side of the creek, and then the county road that I mentioned allows for the Uinta County Facilities Department to come out and easily service the facilities when needed. So that's another important feature that we wanted to add as part of this project. So I wanted to share too, just some of the visitation that we've seen already with our soft opening late last year. The blue numbers, if you see those, indicate just the visitation that we were able to track. So as part of the decline, in addition to the equipment that you have to use, the county passed an ordinance to require anybody using the VIA product to sign a safety waiver. So with that safety waiver comes a safety video they have to watch, ensuring everybody's safe and using the resource appropriately. But that allows us to track some of the visitation numbers that we're seeing. So again, last year you can see we had a little over 600 visitors in just a couple short months at the end of the season with no real marketing or promotion. It was strictly word of mouth that this thing was open. We started marketing. We put together a short documentary that showcased the construction, the process to get this to the Vernal area. That video went a little viral on social media a little while ago, which is great because that did bring a lot of visitation and a lot of attention. So we'll keep promoting that through our tourism office, on social media, through traditional media. But you can see just this year, since we've opened, again, a few short months, over 1,000 visitors to the gorge, from over 200 different zip codes, 20 different states. We've tracked 125 repeat visitors. And the numbers are a little small, but we kind of broke this down into age group. And so you can just kind of see which is amazing. Like you can see the different, the range of ages who are using this. And it's all ages. There are requirements with the equipment. There's a weight requirement and a height requirement. So we would say 0 to 17, but we've seen 10-year-olds, we've seen 12-year-olds who fit those requirements. But the 18 to 20 is definitely the biggest user group, which is great for our young communities to get out and enjoy something new and something physical and something amazing. But you can see, I mean, really across the spectrum, there's visitation from all ages. So through this type of collection with this kind of data, through data analytics software that we're able to use to track visitation to the Ashley Gorge area, we can really see the real economic impact from this project, because you see the visitation from locals, but you see the visitation from the Wasatch Front, from those 20 other states. We do get a lot of visitation from the Wasatch Front. So we see that economic impact. We can use this data to identify and to track what that economic impact has been for our hotels, for our restaurants, for our local retailers. The county has approved one permit for commercial guiding services up Ashley Gorge. So we've seen one business already open to provide that guiding service, equipment rentals, equipment sales, and they're located in Vernal. We've also, just from talking to visitors from the Wasatch Front, found out that there's other businesses starting on the Wasatch Front offering those same kind of rental services, which is kind of cool and something we weren't expecting, that there'd be some rental services on the Wasatch Front for those who are coming from Utah County or Salt Lake, get the equipment, they can come up to Vernal, and then they take it back to where they're from. So we're definitely seeing the economic impact here, which is why we want to continue this momentum from this positive feedback we're seeing to expand and grow this awesome resource that we're all very excited about, to give our residents something to get out and do, to give those from outside Uinta County something to come join us and do too. So with that, I'm happy to answer
Yeah, I just have one question. I'm assuming they're missing a few people that aren't signing those waivers, but, I mean, that's sad on that part, but on the other hand, it does mean that these numbers could be low.
We absolutely anticipate them being larger. That was one challenge that we may face, is with the repeat visits, is ensuring that they understand that, right now they should be signing that waiver every time they're doing the via product. But there may be those who they've signed a waiver and then they're coming. I mean, we know local, climbers who are doing this multiple times a week.
Oh, wow.
And so, we're probably definitely missing some of those numbers. But our goal is, I'm sorry?
Put a trail counter up?
We actually do have a trail counter up there now, so.
Go ahead.
Was that for me?
Go ahead.
Oh, great. Hi, it's Jeff Rosenbluth from the University of Utah. Thank you so much for the presentation. Super exciting project. I am wondering if there are opportunities now or in the future to have accessibility features here. So individuals with disabilities might be able to participate. I recognize it's inherently not accessible, but there are portions that could potentially be done for wheelchair users. And I'm sure my colleague has some, Tracy from National Ability Center has some comments as well. So thank you.
I think there's absolutely room to try and include everybody to enjoy Ashley Gorge. So it's not something we have in the plans today, but I think that's definitely something we should be talking about to make that accessible.
And here's my thought on that too. I know that there are plenty of limb loss climbers out there in the world, but this activity is far more approachable for those that have upper or lower limb loss to be able to experience vertical outdoor recreation.
I don't want to name drop, but I'm going to kind of name drop just because a couple weeks ago, we had a business development meeting with all of our chamber members and a lot of our business community. And we actually had Aaron Ralston come as one of our keynote speakers, and we were having a conversation about this, how how this could be easily accessible for those individuals. And
it just opens the door for that community to get exposed to this type of.
And I think Tracy's opened up the mic.
I did come off mute. I love that. I already wrote over to my team, hey, we need to look into this. We run adventure-based trips, and this looks like an awesome opportunity, definitely for amputees, but quite a few other populations that are ambulatory, but have other types of disabilities. So would love to connect in the future.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure, I have a couple questions. Can anybody guide there, or is it only the approved guide service that you get a license to?
So if you're providing guiding services, that you should be coming through UNA County and getting that permit. That being said, I mean, guiding or quote unquote, if it's commercial guiding, then yeah, you need to have that permit. But I mean, you may have somebody that's a little more experienced, that's comfortable, that's guiding, friends and family out, and they're kind of playing guide for them. But for a commercial service, then yes, they need to have that go through the county.
Even if they were involved.
I'm gonna call myself out. I have a brother-in-law that lives in Vernal. He called us, said, hey, we need to do this. So I went about a month ago, and I don't think I signed waivers like Sam. But the local, he had all the equipment. He brought us, there was like 8 of us. And so when I saw this on the list, I was really excited. But I guarantee that you've got local guys doing exactly what he might have signed the waivers for all of us, but I don't remember specifically signing the waivers.
He didn't charge you money.
Huh?
He didn't charge you money.
No,
Yes.
but that's what I'm saying. To your answer, if somebody has the abilities to have the equipment,
Sure.
you could just go out there.
I think, yeah, commercial is the key word.
Commercial is the
Yeah,
key
but
word.
there's, is it Airbnb experiences that people can sign up now and become a local guide, that you could be a chef or you can guide some, so there's potential for that happening, I'm sure, but a business license or something similar.
And I mean, it is something that's very new.
It's
And so this is the second public system in the United States. And so there's a learning curve that we'll always be trying new things and keeping up with the demand. And, but yeah, the commercial service, that's the key.
And I was after commercial. The other question I had, especially with the newer, that 800-foot section, has local search and rescue come in and looked at how they're gonna do the rescues and
Yeah, so that's all been part of it, like the Earth Phase 1 conversations is getting search and rescue involved in making sure that we understand what the be fraud is, how they would approach that if they couldn't do. They have, yeah, as part of this, I mean, that was something as part of Phase 1, and so, yeah, as we grow, we'll, that'll be part of those conversations, making sure that they know what to expect if they are called.
They haven't had to pluck anybody off the line.
Not yet.
Just on search and rescue and 911, I'm currently working with one of the dispatchers that goes up and does a lot in the area, and she's for 911 going up and actually getting the GPS point on each of the starting set, each of the sections, even the little sections in become the big sections, so that if there is a accident, which we hope there's not, they know not only are they on the be abroad, but they'll look like.
Got questions? I just got one. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with public access Fiat-Feradas. So I guess if you guys aren't taking in money, how are you guys going to cover like the maintenance costs and the time costs to like go and check out the route on like a regular basis? Is that just going to be like a county position?
Yeah, so that would be so it's all county property, so the county is responsible for that. So we'll actually contract through the county. We'll contract with the group to come out and do an annual inspection report. They've done that this year, so they'll check all the torque values and make sure everything's safe and secure, and off the numbers where it needs to be. So that'll be a county responsibility each year, and then we'll have county staff that's regularly maintaining the parking area and the restrooms, and just making sure that the route is and visitors are following the rules and everything's where they should. Sorry, one more.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, it's actually very inexpensive. Like that inspection this year was $600 for them to go through it and do that inspection. Next year, it'll probably be about $1,200. So it's not something that's really expensive. It's very affordable.
I guess one of the reasons why we asked this question, excuse me, is because we have had people come back for help repairing and replacing infrastructure. So it's less about the inspection, which sounds like it's reasonable. But in 5 years, could we expect a big RI proposal from you all to kind of pay for replacing all this? Is that built into the county budget? How is that going to be paid for, given that you're not collecting fees?
As I think as the equipment, I mean, which is specially designed, it looks like rebar. It's not rebar you're buying at Lowe's or Home Depot.
Right.
This is
Meaning
all
it's
specialized.
much more expensive than rebar.
But I mean, that's kind of the nice thing about a Fiat-Feradas is if a single piece of like a ferrule or a clamp needs to be replaced, those are individually inexpensive. So the idea of an entire section of Fiat-Feradas needing to be replaced at the same time, that's not something that we or our installers like anticipate that being the scenario where we like the inspection this year, one of the ferrules had fallen off. That's a very inexpensive piece that they just have to open.
So the annual inspection kind of prevents that from happening.
That keeps that maintenance up so that something big doesn't happen, that we don't go 10 years without looking at anything and we realize we have work.
So that answers the Fiat-Feradas side, but there's also the dirt trail side, which does have to be maintained by Button County.
Mike does that.
Yeah, so in fact, Mike Cook, our trails coordinator.
That's me.
The trails, we've been keeping an eye on it, but I go off the bank data. Also, we have already scheduled with the state trails group to come out and help us with actually putting the trail, hiking trail on, so that to increase the people. And the trails so far have been holding up pretty good. And as we find a place that needs a little work.
So I'm sorry, these are colleagues of mine from Union County. So Mike Cook, our trails coordinator, Mac is our community development director, and then Jenny Bird, our grants administrator.
So Aaron, the couple things to think about on the tourism side. So restaurant taxes and transitory taxes can both be utilized for not only helping to, that's where the counties use for their dollar matches when they come to us, but they can also be used for trail maintenance of recreational facilities. And so I would anticipate increased visitation in hotels, going out to eat. There is also new revenue going to the county that can be utilized with their maintenance.
Yeah, so the ice park over in your race was what we're charging.
You know, Charles, I think though, you would easily get donations if you just did a QR code.
That's something we've talked about. We've got a local nonprofit that we have our trails committee, it's called the Dino Trails Committee. So we've had those conversations about opening up, it's still fairly new, but opening up a QR code at the trailheads, different areas in town to take those donations to help cover costs that we may see.
There's no other questions. Well, thank you. Thanks for making the trip. And
well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
we've got about 10 minutes before the next presentation. I'm going to take a quick break. And
Actually at 9:30, so they don't have, they go right now.
Yeah.
oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. You're right.
And that's for the very. Just wanted to record that there was- Since we keep bringing this up with our.
Logan, you're ready.
QR code climbers spend so much money on everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim's an old friend of mine. Yeah, somebody we had to go. Kick my butt.
Okay, good. Awesome. Thank you for letting me come down there. It's such a beautiful area. I haven't been down in this region for a long time, so it was a good excuse to get out of the office. I came down a bit early yesterday, day to night, so super pretty, and thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Logan Miner. I'm the Parks and Rec Director for Mapleton City, and we're here to talk about our new bike park that we've been working on for quite some time. You can go to the next slide. So we've been working on this since about 2021. I've been working with developers, our council, our trails committee to kind of figure out what we want this to be. You can kind of see the location. It's just right off of the mouth of Spanish Fork Canyon, just off of Highway 89, which is the main highway that runs north to south in Mapleton, and then Highway 6 coming out of the mouth of Spanish Fork. You're about a quarter mile off of Highway 6. So really good location. We worked with the developer to have the land as part of our development agreement to us, and that was about 30 acres. And then since then, we've actually renegotiated and got another about 29.5 acres, which brings us close to that 50 acre size. This is just an overview of the concept plan. So this is on this side, this is the Harmony Ridge development, the Edge homes that we worked with to secure the property. And then the top right corner is our parking lot. And then kind of moving down around, we've got our pump tracks. We'll have a beginner, intermediate, and advanced pump tracks that we're going to be fully lit. And then we'll have a downhill jump line that'll be a beginner, intermediate. And then to the north, all the way up on the top left-hand side, those are kind of our just progressive flow trails. So one of the things that we really tried to work on from our design was we really wanted it to be anybody and everybody could come. We wanted the barrier to entry to be low, especially for those that have never done it before. And so that top section is really meant to be very progressive in nature. There'll be little rock gardens, there'll be little step downs. things for people to hopefully be able to progress. And then down on the bottom side is all of our downhill lines. So we'll have a beginner downhill, we'll have an intermediate downhill, and then we'll have an advanced downhill. And so again, just keep it in mind, we definitely tried to look at the progressive nature of mountain biking specifically. We've had some great conversations with our local community, with the Eagle Mountain Goats, who's our local mountain biking club in the area. And they've been great to offer input with that. This is just kind of showing our hub. So this is where really you'll start into all the downhill side. And this is where I think will be a great opportunity as we host events and do different types of programming on it. This will be a really fun area for bikers and also just people to come and watch. There'll be some seating areas on the perimeters of it. One thing we did look at lighting the downhill, and for a lot of reasons, cost being one of them, but also just the logistics of it. We decided to just keep the lighting up on the pump track side of it. So this is going to be one of the biggest in Utah County, which I feel like will fill a major gap when it comes to the mountain biking side of it. I've had a lot of really good conversations with the NICA representative on being able to help, bring some other events and race this hopefully to this area. When we originally started, we really started as it was going to be a local bike, and it quickly exploded to be this is going to be much bigger than just Mapleton. So we anticipate they'll be able to serve riders across the Wasatch Front, even some out of state, and then we anticipate a big majority of folks coming up Highway 6 from the Carter and Henry counties. One of the things I think makes this project awesome is it complements, not competes with other assets. It'll help. There's a lot of buzz right now on building trails in our communities, and I think this is just a good opportunity to make those match together. So from an economic standpoint, like I mentioned, Mapleton is definitely a bedroom community, and so when we started looking at this, we are really looking at more outside of Mapleton itself and into the greater Utah County. So Spanish Fork and Springville, where a lot of our restaurants and hotels and things will be. But we have the ability, we've been using Placer AI as a city, and so we'll be able to leverage some of that data to understand where people are coming from, and then be able to, work with those hotels and those restaurants as we bring events, or just as the park gets open to kind of see where people are coming from. So like I mentioned, we started this back in 21. We did a general plan update back in 2020. And as part of that general plan update, that's kind of the bigger guiding principle for us as the city. But then within that, open space, trails, and parks were a main priority. And so after we finished the general plan, we went into our first trails master plan, which is the very first specific trails master plan that Mapleton's had. We had some other plans that were part of our master transportation plans that had never had our own trails master plan, which then becomes an implementation tool that is now, what we're doing here. We then went into some surveys, did some public open houses, did some site visits, and then that's when we started collaborating with the Utah High School Cycling League, the Eagle Mountain Goats. Our residents have been super excited about this. One unique piece, the proximity to this development there's definitely been a lot of questions on it, if these folks are excited. And just this week, I've already had 2 or 3 people that are moving into this development, just ready and excited to have this in their backyard. And then we've been in close communication with Explore Utah Valley, again, trying to figure out economically what we can do to help, make this a good resource long-term. So our total project cost is $6 million. Right now, we've got $3.5 million that is city funding. That was through our development agreement. And then we were awarded the 1.5 in the ORI. And so our ask is for the $1 million to help get this completed. Timeline, we completed the design in the January of this year, went out to bid and we're in the process of starting construction as we speak. So this is definitely, when you say shovel ready, it's definitely shovel ready and we're there. So again, super excited for the opportunity. I just want to put these back up just from the strategic outdoor plan. I feel like this is a great project and fits in just about every bucket that is in there. So just wanted to highlight, we're definitely mindful of that. And as we, look to apply for some of these grants and things that we wanted to make sure that we did, fit into those things. So, lastly, it's not just going to be a park. We feel like this is going to be a potential for a regional economic engine. This funding would help with a shovel-ready project that will deliver measurable economic tourism and quality of life. And then a $1 million investment unlocks a $6 million regional asset with lasting benefits for Utah. So with that, any questions?
Well, good. I have one. So I think this is great at 50 acres. Is there any chance that you could increase it to at least 60, which puts it on a bigger scale, like a real regional asset?
Sure. We have the Rocky Mountain corridor that's just north of this property. We don't have an easement secured with them currently, but we are working with them. And so that would be able to extend. That actually goes all the way up into the base of Maple Mountain. And I don't know the exact acreage on that specifically. But we are starting those conversations with them to hopefully expand some more trails and things.
Yeah, that would be great. St. George's, Snake Hollow, which is a real,
sure,
is 90. So just throwing that out there as a goal for
For
future.
sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing I will mention too, and it was talked about in that last one, I quickly came in the last, just from a maintenance standpoint, we've already secured funding to hire a full-time technician that will help maintain this. This is where they'll live. And they're actually have already been hired and are going to hopefully be part of the construction process. And this is something that our council is very aware. There's obviously a maintenance that comes with it. And so we've also requested additional funds in our upcoming budget that is coming next week for our tentative, but we've requested additional funds to help maintain this as well. So we definitely don't want to, we know that it's a huge investment, but we know we want to maintain it so that we don't have to ask for more.
Construction timeline. You anticipate a couple years of to build this out, or?
Good question. November 6th is our substantial completion of this year.
Of this year for the whole thing.
Who's the builder?
Caliber Contractor is the general contractor. Avid Trails is the sub for the bike specific stuff.
The reason why I'm asking is we got a lot of requests, and you asked for $1 million. And so in my brain, I'm thinking through, if we can't afford to put a full $1 million into it, could we time it out to be having reapplied and get part of it this year and then reapply for next year and do the funding side in a couple of phases instead of committing all up front with demands that we've got us on decisions today?
Sure. I mean, obviously we'll be grateful for whatever funds are available and we'll make whatever work. That's just a reality, right? I mean, it's a great program and I think it's awesome from a Parks and Rec professional, the amount of applications, I think it's great, so we'll definitely happy to work through whatever.
Yes, and this is a compliment to you all. I would say, look at their budget. They have itemized this thing out to an extent that I think we can see what it would mean if we don't fund it fully. And I'm really grateful to see this level of detail in a budget. I really do.
What resource are you using to build your pump track?
Your own internal, or are you hiring an Avid Trail to see who and as part of our bid documents, we actually wrote part of it would be based off of a bid, but also qualifications. We wanted to make sure that we got a qualified builder in there. And I can tell you there was definitely some that submitted that were not, and so we were really grateful that we had those qualifications. Tracy.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. And I love the different levels that provide that barrier of entry to remove that. Speaking from the adaptive sports side of things, there's a huge increase in adaptive mountain biking and availability based on the increase and innovation with adaptive mountain bikes. I'm not sure if I missed it, but could you tell me the width of the trails and the bridges and the pump track? And that size would help me understand if this would be available for people using adaptive bikes.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. The paved pump tracks were designed to be ADA, and the trail side, the downhill trails, I don't know completely off the top of my head. I'd have to get back to you on that one. But I believe all the trails off to the north hand, which were the ones up on the top left-hand side, those were all going to be built to be ADA and a little bit wider to help accommodate for some of those, larger chairs for bigger bikes. But I'd be happy to get a more definitive answer on that.
All good. Just something to think through. There's definitely adaptive bikers that are biking on things that you maybe wouldn't realize. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else?
Tracy, what's the width that he ought to be looking towards? I know I've gone and participated in some of that, and it seems like it's got to be 4 or 5 feet wide, but I may have that wrong in my head.
Yeah, there's a wide range, and Bowhead, which is producing a lot of bikes, but there are a lot of different bikes that work for people. If we can get to that like 32, 33, but the Bowheads have an articulating system. So the off camber situation isn't as intense. So again, a wide range, and we ride on some single track as well, but it just depends on what that camber is. And then, what it looks like on those sides for those bikes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you. And told that right now is that slot that is open since the folks from Union County already went, but fortunately we have a willing presenter from Willow City to fill that gap. Arwen? Yep. Hello. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Darwin Cook. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for 12 City. I'm here presenting this project, the 12 City Boulevard Bike Park, for your consideration. I appreciate your comments. The area that this is one of the assets that is most requested to us is a bike park. It is an amenity that is missing from our park inventory, and we get calls and letters and emails probably at least weekly of somebody making a comment to us or to our staff in the park that they would like us to build a bike park. And I know that there's quite a few that are presented here in this year's request. We do believe that we believe that this particular bike park that we're presenting will be a regional asset. The location that we're identifying for this is in the centrally western portion of our city. Tooele City is the largest city of Tooele County. This is the site location. The unique, I think, about this application and this particular project is that we are taking I kind of want to point out this picture here, a site that was a public utility site and turning it into a public park. We're going to the next picture. So the current site, it used to be the reclamation site for Tooele City. It was the old sewer plant. Tooele City was built a new modern reclamation plant in 2001. This site has sat vacant for about 25 years. In the last probably 10 years, we've been working at clearing the site and capping the site. The two clarifiers, the two white tanks there, the two clarifiers, they had some massive foundations under them that it became very cost prohibitive to remove them. So we felt that this site was a perfect site due to the fact that we can't go in the ground. It has to, everything at the site will most likely be above ground. So we felt that a bike park would be a perfect option for this park. Next slide. We are working with American Ramp Company, and they have developed 4 tracks for us. Overall park will have gathering areas, pavilions, and a restroom. It'll have a connection to a trail that's already existing by a developer, the Copper Canyon Trail, which is being built by Bach Homes. They are currently operating a PUD just here to it'd be the northeast of this park. They have built most of the trail already, and the trail will then come and connect here with this leg right here.
Those for 18,000 visitations coming from individuals more than 2 miles away. So that would be a really stellar opportunity for our community. In addition to the opportunity for potential non-resident visitations, because it is an all-wheels concrete skate park, it'll be inclusive to multiple uses, including skateboarders, rollerbladers, scooter riders, BMX riders, and adaptive riders. We can also host youth skateboarding league competitions. We recently heard from the director of Utah Amateur Skateboarding League named Tom Blair. He saw our park design and said, the park design looks amazing. That is definitely a park we would want to hold an event at. That park section looks so amazing and will give the kids so many options for doing tricks and making neat ones. It also has a great street section as well. So we feel like not only do we have a lot of community buy-in for this project, but we also have the opportunity to host competitions, and we already have interests in that specifically. To review the budget, we project the overall cost for phase 1 to come to approximately 1.4 million. We're asking for a 50-50 match on that from UORC, and for Vineyard's cash match, about 550,000 of that would come from our existing RAP tax fund. About 2,000 of that would come from already allocated community donations. And that would leave the remaining about $145,000 amount that would need to come from future RAP tax revenue accruals. We get about $20,000 a month. And so we estimate that we should have all of the funding necessary to bring this project into fruition by the end of this calendar year. And we don't plan to have the park completed until May of 2027. And so it really allows us to have a 5-month buffer of revenue, just in case there's some hidden cost somewhere that we need to make up for. This is all possible due to a resolution that was signed by our Vineyard City Council on March 10th of this year to commit to allocate these future RAP tax revenues towards this project so we can make sure that it can happen. And fun fact, 100% of Vineyard City Council and the Vineyard Mayor all signed a support letter for the Vineyard City All-Wheels Concrete Skate Park. So we're very excited about that. We have unanimous support from our elected officials, which I consider to be really crucial for a project like this. As far as the schedule goes, pending approval from UORC with a signed contract agreement, we'd like to get started within 2 weeks. Essentially what the schedule would look like from June through the end of July would consist of going over the construction documents, getting those all created. It would also be the time where we would do a civil design for the parking lot to make sure everything is up to code. For August through September, it would consist of installing that parking lot. It would also consist of the utility line extensions. And it would also consist of the installation of the restroom facility with the water fountains. And then the actual concrete formation, placement, and installation of skate park features that would occur in the spring of 2027, which would go from about March until the end of May. So we'd like to have the whole project completed by May 31st, 2027. We feel like that's totally doable. And we would like to have the grand opening be on Saturday, June 5th of 2027, which is part of our annual Vineyard Days. And so we would love to have like an annual event that we can involve the community in and bring outside communities as well to to join us. And that is the final of my presentation. So thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've got a question. So, on the, not the sexiest of discussions, but right, your ADA compliance, and anticipated, but it sounds like there's only one, ADA parking spot available in the parking. That's going to be sufficient for, I'm just curious why, and if there's the ability to add some additional capacity for ADA users.
Yeah, great question. We definitely can add more. The state regulation, as far as my research was that I found, was that for every 25 stalls, you need to have one ADA accessible stall. We do have 2 other stalls that's just adjacent for the city hall parking. But of course, if we do have more ADA, we'd want to right adjacent to the park entrance. So we'd be happy to do that. There is room for additional parking stalls. We just kind of did it within that 24 to kind of stay within under that 25 range. But that's definitely something we could implement with no issues.
And second question I've asked, I think everybody on the big dollar request, if we can't fund your full amount, can you take less, and what would that drop off, or would that just delay out time here where you just have to go back to city council for extension of rat tax?
Yeah, great question. We're happy to accept less. Our hope is that the minimum would be 500,000. That would allow us to still stay within the proposed schedule. That would reduce, though, we would remove the restroom facility. We do, because the city hall is adjacent, and there's water fountains there as well, we can just have, the park users just use the city hall restrooms and drinking fountain. We have extended weekend hours where the city hall is open for our library that is also in the city hall building. But we're happy to accept lower if that's necessary.
So if it drops to 500, the bathroom drops off.
Correct.
Yeah, you're running lights too at night.
Yeah, so as part of phase 1, it'll just be the pulling all of the utility lines so that potentially we can do that as a phase 2. But the actual lights, we would not be able to fit within budget. That would have to be in the future year.
All right. No other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And I think we have lined up Monty Stewart from Ogden City, ready to go. For the presentation.
Good morning. How is everyone?
Doing great. It's all yours.
Okay, so I apologize. I'm first time doing this. So am I just share my screen here?
If you want, yeah, you can share your screen. That laptop looking button in the lower middle, with the arrow on it, you can do that. Or we also have your presentation we can share here. Either way, it works for you.
Okay, yeah, if you'd like to share it, go. I'm fine.
Okay.
with it.
Get it on the screen. Second.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I've got it right here. I could share it. So.
Okay. Well, we've got it up. It's
Okay, great.
Sorry if I went over you there. Sorry.
Yeah, you're on the screen, so go ahead and.
Okay. So yeah, so I'm Monty Stewart with Ogden City. I'm the Parks, Cemetery, and Trails Director, and the project that we're working on is called the Lester Commons Project. So the Lester Commons area is one of our original parks / gathering spaces that we had in Ogden. Ogden's incorporated in 1851, and it was one of the original spaces. It serves one of our most diverse and dense populations in the city, and for a long time the city has worked to revamp this area, and it's undergone numerous iterations. Going back 10, 12 years, there was a design contest that was never funded. Designs came out, and there just wasn't money. And so we've been working to reconstruct this space into a place that can really serve as a gathering place for the community. It is in centrally located within our town, within walking distance of the downtown area. If you're familiar with Ogden, we have historic 25th Street. Just down the hill are Municipal Gardens, Union Station, which is a very historic location. We have a LDS Temple, some minor league baseball in the area, and a few years back, there was a geographic area defined as the Nine Rails Creative District, and this space falls within that. And so art and community art is a very important part of anything that we do in this area. We take that into consideration and try to incorporate community art. We underwent some design iterations and went out to the community, held community events, took input on what the community would like to see. And here on the screen, you'll see our layout. We have received some funding, both from the city and through some other grant opportunities, and have begun construction of the pickleball courts that are next to our senior center. And I guess I probably should have said that. On this city block, we have the Weber County Main Library, which serves as a gathering place, and then our Golden Hour Senior Center, which is serves Weber County as a whole. We have received some funding for the initial phase of a very large interactive inclusive playground that we will start construction in August on. And so funding that we're seeking through UORG would be to complete phase one, which I can go to here. So the areas in pink is what we're concentrating on phase one. There will be walking at hard surface walking paths, all ADA compliant. And then we're looking at soft surface jogging paths. We're actually looking at a product called Perky Pave, which is a rubberized permeable surface that can serve as that jogging path. I do want to go back to some of the activation aspects that we really looked at with meeting with the community, and our designers. We tried to design with the idea of how can we activate this common space year round and from morning until evening. And we received great input from the community. It was really exciting to see how many people came out and offered their suggestions, and we tried to incorporate as many of those as we could, including in our overall phase. We have catenary lighting, a gaming area at the south, which would have bocce ball and cornhole, a multi-use court for futsal and basketball. And then in phase three, a ice skating rink that would also serve in the summertime for a reservable space, whether it be for skating in the summer or different parties and events. And then a new pavilion, an arts pavilion, which would we would work with groups like Weber State to do their arts in the parks programs through and things. Our project cost estimates right now, so we have, of course, we're seeking $1 million through UORG, but right now we have secured 1.9 million, including the playground, which is funded. But we also have received another 800,000 that is going towards the pickleball courts right now that are under construction, and we haven't included that in this project. We anticipate to also receive another 1.2 million or 1.15 million from the city come this next July for our next round, which would start to fund our phase 2. And so a few images of the design. This is looking north from the south entrance. This is the gaming area with catenary lighting that lies in between the county's main library and our senior center, and hoping to provide a space there that both seniors and youth can come out and enjoy. This is an overall picture of the northern end with the arts pavilion, the skating rink, and the playground, and the multi-use court, along with the walking paths and jogging paths. So I know I just kind of rattled on. So are there any questions that people might have?
Thank you, Monty. And yeah, do we have any questions? In the early 80s, I went across Lester Park pretty much every single day on my way to the Ogden City Mall. We lived about 4 blocks away from here on the other side of Central Middle School there. So. Yes, Dr. Rosenbluth, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think in your grant proposal, you talked a little bit about if the committee wasn't able to fully fund, that you would still be able to do some great work with less of an award. Can you speak to that a little bit for us, please?
Yeah, so our phase 1, and this is excluding the pickleball courts, is estimated at like 3.6 million. If we didn't receive full funding through UORG, we would have to go back and adjust some things. We would still move forward and get as far as we can. And then we would have to dip in the money that we've been, that we anticipate will come July 1, was really for phase 2. We would have to then utilize some of that money to make up the difference. But this is a very important project for the city. It's been a long time coming. It's one of our historical spaces. But we would have to make adjustments and dip into the phase two monies.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So thank you very much for the presentation. And to the next one, I think we've got Melanie on the line, ready to go.
I appreciate it very much. Consideration.
And so, yeah, Melanie, whenever you're ready to go, we're ready for your presentation. We can have it up on our screen here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Are you pulling it up, or is it something that I need to pull up?
We are sharing it right now here in the room and online. So just give us a couple seconds and it'll be up.
Okay, I can pull, okay.
Yep. All right.
Okay. Thank you. So this is a Goose Nest Adventure Park, which is located in Elk Ridge, which is in the South Utah County. I don't know if how many of you know where that is located, but I have a map so I can help you to see that if you want to advance. Naomi, are you advancing this? Yeah. So the project overview is that it is, we're looking at this as a regional outdoor recreation project in southern Utah County, and it is just designed to serve multiple communities. And we are needing to do this in a phased approach because of obviously the cost. That it's the same problem that everyone has. But if you go to the next slide. So this is the location of Elk Ridge. We sit on the southern end of Utah County, right up against the mountain. You can take I-15 through, and then you get off at the Loafer Mountain Parkway, which brings you straight up into Elk Ridge on Elk Ridge Drive from the Loafer Mountain Parkway. So you have a direct route from I-15 to Elk Ridge with the new growth that is taking place in the area and the amazing amount of people coming that direction. That is a new parkway that has been built and opened this last year. No, you can back up to that one, yes. Looking south, that yellow line is Elk Ridge Drive coming up into Elk Ridge. We just received a grant from MAG for $125,000 for our trail feasibility study. What we're trying to do is connect to Payson Canyon. If you look right here in Payson Canyon, we are trying to connect to Payson Canyon from our side of the mountain. You'll see this mountain that runs along right here. This would allow us to connect back into Payson Canyon. This is the location where you see the red arrow of the Goose Nest Park. We are hoping to have that as a trailhead as well as a park, but we'll have to wait till the trail feasibility study in order to make that a possibility as we advance that project. So in phase one, if you'll advance, like I said, that we have a great need in that end of the valley. You have a rapid population growth. We have limited destination of quality recreation amenities. We have to drive up to Payson, around the mountain and up to Payson Canyon to access it through that direction. But we also have limited park facilities at our end of the valley. So we have a high demand for family-friendly outdoor spaces, and obviously existing and future planned trails lacking supporting infrastructure. This is where what it looks like currently. As you come up Elk Ridge Drive, you'll see the roundabout. And this is just right off of Goose Nest Drive in Elk Ridge. It is an 8.5 acre parcel that the city has owned since 2009. And we did a city survey in 2024 to try to figure out what was wanted in this area. We took the top items from the survey and put them all into the park. And so we received a grant from the ORI, the Outdoor Recreation Infrastructure, for the engineering and design of this park. And this is what it looks like on the next slide. So it would consist of a full build out, a mountain bike skills park to the left. You have an ice ribbon, an all abilities playground, event center, a natural interactive water feature, and trails that run completely throughout the park. At the top, to the south, you will see a parking off that street with a bike and restroom at the top, bike prepping area and restroom at the top to work as a trailhead. Phase one would consist of the next slide. What we're asking for is the starting with phase one, which would be the infrastructure to the entire site and project. It would consist of the trails throughout the park, the natural water feature, a portion of the All Abilities Playground, all the infrastructure for the building of the electrical, water, everything for the build out. As you look at the regional asset justification for this, it would be serving multiple cities. From the previous slide that you saw, there's Payson, Elkridge, Woodland Hills, and Salem this would be a draw for. It's all in kind of a central location for everyone to access, especially if they are wanting to head up to Payson Canyon from our side of the mountain and the mountain access. So you also have that draw of all the families and youth programs, trail users with a future economic development benefit coming from the event center and the ice ribbon. So we hope to make this a year-round type of a facility when we reach the build out. And so this would help to reduce the pressure of overcrowded trailhead up Payson Canyon. These are just kind of the idea board that was used for the planning of this park, of what it would look like, and the plan that we had based upon our survey that we did in 2024. Phase two would consist of the ice ribbon and trailhead. Phase three would be the community event center. So this would create a year-round recreation and a regional events and gatherings. We would like to make it like a winter type of a destination where we have the ice ribbon, but we are sitting right below Gladstone Golf Course, which is a great location for snowshoeing. And talking with Payson, I just threw out the idea of maybe even doing a combined effort for a winter destination. And obviously it's initial stage, it's only in the idea stage, but to have them at the Gladstone Golf Course do a sledding hill along with our ice ribbon. And then obviously the snowshoeing and cross-country skiing, which is prevalent there as well. We'd like to bring in winter markets, which also create an economic benefit. Our problem in Elkridge is that we do not have any commercial property. And so we are missing out on the ability to gather well, we have home businesses, but the sales tax, which is so helpful for doing projects like this and projects within a city. The community and regional support that we have received are the support letters that came from, you do not have the Payson one because it came late, but we have the Payson one. The Utah House of Representative Doug Welton, we have Salem City and Exploring Utah Valley, obviously the Elkridge City Council and Mayor, and then the Nebo Goats, who do a lot of mountain biking up above us at the Forebay area that we are trying to connect to, and that staging area would be very helpful for them. So as far as the fundiness and readiness for Elkridge, the city is committed to the required match. We've identified our funding sources. We've been saving for actually years and years with our impact fees. And this project is a city priority, and we are ready to move forward with phase one. So the benefits, again, it would expand access to the outdoor recreation. It would support youth and family activities, especially in a very strong growing area. And it promotes the obviously health and wellness and strengthens regional recreational network. And then obviously the future economic benefit that would come as we reach build out for this park. So Goose Nest Adventure Park will serve a growing regional population by providing destination quality recreation. That's our hope, and creating a long-term community asset. So we respectfully request your support to bring this regional recreation asset to life. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have a question, Melanie. You guys have an awesome community up there. I really love it. I think the project's cool.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit more? Where will the access be for the future trails? Is it at the end of Olympic Lane or where's it going?
So that's why we just received that mag, and I'm sorry about the glare. I'm actually in Hawaii and it's really bright and early, and I couldn't find a quiet spot, so I'm in my hotel room. So the access we're hoping could be a variety of different ways. That's why we have the feasibility study that will be doing. It could, no matter what direction it goes, because it's off Elk Ridge Drive, that would be the route to go no matter what way we find.
Mahalo.
So Elk Ridge Drive would be, yeah, thanks.
All right.
So Elk Ridge Drive would be the, no matter where that, as you looked at that map from the beginning with the yellow line taking you back, that's Elk Ridge Drive. So whether it goes to the backside of the Loafer Canyon or whether it goes, or the backside of the Gladstone Golf Course, right. So the yellow line is Elk Ridge Drive. That's where we're trying to get back to, whether we use it on the right side of the Gladstone Golf Course, which sits right above the park, or whether we need to go up Elk Ridge Drive to get to that backcountry. Either way, you will have access.
Great. Any other questions?
Answer?
Yeah, I'll ask the question. If you've requested $1 million and we've got a lot of requests, what happens if we can't fund it full $1 million?
Then we just scale it down more. We would just scale it down more.
Are you okay if we? Sorry.
We'll take whatever you're cutting out. I'm so sorry. We would really take whatever we could get for this project. Obviously, we will just keep working hard to find additional funds. But really, we would start to do the infrastructure and the trail system and the mountain bike skills area. Like that's probably the priority.
Okay. Any other questions for Melanie? All right. Melanie, thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, we're a couple of minutes ahead. Let's leave from our final. Let's see, John on the list. All right, we'll give them a couple of minutes. For another 6. Go. You need to stand up and grab something real quick. We'll keep an eye on it. Get going.
Yes. Found a bunch of these people. I have an in-person email for you.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, there's. Sometimes I hear-
Says the last box.
It's just bigger.
Does that?
Well, yeah, you're up next. Thanks for joining, John.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you guys.
Want to share your own slides, or would you like us to share on this end?
I can try sharing on my end and see if it works.
Okay, you're welcome to pull it up. We're just waiting for one more member to come back from courtesy break.
Okay, let me give it a shot here.
Awesome. Yeah, we can save on that.
Great.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give you the go ahead in just a moment. Thanks for taking the time.
Big season of lead.
All right, well, John, we're ready for your presentation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is John Ruedis. I am a senior landscape architect with Salt Lake City Public Lands, and I am the project manager for Glendale Park. Very grateful for your time today to be able to present on our UORG application project, which is the Glendale Park Pump Track, Adaptive Pump Track and Skate Park. So I just quickly want to touch on the history, vision, and regional significance of this project. This is Salt Lake City's first regional park in about 60 years. I think most of you are familiar with Glendale Park, given the site used to be the old site of the Raging Waters Water Park for many years. And we'll touch on that a little bit more, but because the site became vacant and no longer under operations, it became an issue for several reasons, and the city recognized the need to redevelop this area and provide that community and regional draw, especially as it pertains to recreation. So that led to, back in 2021, a very robust community engagement effort to really try to understand what the community wanted and needed, which then led to the Glendale Regional Park Master Plan. So throughout that community engagement effort, we really learned that this community desires and really wants opportunities to explore wheels, sports wheels opportunities such as biking and skateboarding and other related activities. This is a multi-phase project as far as the overall park goes. We'll touch on that in the upcoming slides as well. And then we'll touch on some phase 2 amenities. Just so you're aware as well, this is Utah's first CITES Gold Certified project. If you're not familiar with CITES, it's basically the equivalent of LEED, but for landscapes. And really, this demonstrates the city's commitment to sustainability and being good stewards of our natural resources. So we're really excited about this being a CITES certified project. Going back to the history of the park, just some images you can see. Maybe some of you went to Raging Waters. I know I did as a kid. loved it. But unfortunately, the site was abandoned and really the infrastructure began to just fall apart. There was ongoing maintenance and safety concerns, and it became kind of a hub for the unhoused and a massive eyesore for this community and for the region. And so the city understood this and decided that they needed to do something about it. And then we began to really reimagine the space to see what it could be. This is an early rendering of both phases. So this project is broken out in 2 phases. Phase 1, we just opened the end of last year, December 2025, and is everything kind of to the west and to the north. Here you can see some of the amenities, including an all abilities regional destination playground. We have pavilions, foosball, ping pong, basketball court, open space, trails, a new wetland that we developed, a parking lot to the north. And we're really excited. This has been very well received by the community. We also redeveloped some tennis courts on just west of this in the park to 12 pickleball courts. Phase 2 amenities include an ice ribbon and wheel ribbon, which we're really excited about. We feel the wheel ribbon really pairs well with the skate park and pump tracks. It also includes a sledding hill, an observation overlook with a new significant public art piece, a splash park, an event lawn with an event stage to host community events, food truck areas, a new maintenance building, which is going to make a huge difference in this park. We're also trying to open up access to the Jordan River and make stronger connections to the Jordan River Trail, which is a very significant regional trail. This includes a new kayak launch, boardwalks, fishing piers, picnic areas, open space, and trails, native plantings. Of course, at the heart of phase 2 is the skate park and the 2 pump tracks. So Glendale historically has been one of the most diverse and underserved areas of Salt Lake City and even Salt Lake County. It does have a high youth population, and there's a strong demand for outdoor recreation, especially given that it's limited access to the foothills and to the Wasatch Front. And we feel that by providing these amenities, including a skate park and pump tracks, we really will be able to open this up to users of all ages and abilities, which is really one of our goals. And that's why we wanted to explore and then track. We do feel this is going to be a regional draw for families, but not only families, but adaptive athletes and wheel sport users of all ages. So the project scope includes the construction of an asphalt pump track, an adaptive asphalt pump track, and a skate park. This will be Salt Lake City's first asphalt pump track, and we're looking at incorporating what's called the World app, which really allows kids to compete against each other, their times. And we feel that will really increase the interest in using this pump track and really the excitement for it. We feel this will be a regional wheel sports hub, the first adaptive pump track based on our research in Utah, which we're really proud of, and we feel like this is really a huge gap within recreation in the state. Some of our partners include Wasatch Adaptive Sports and X Games. X Games was hosted in Salt Lake City last year, and they've expressed interest in hosting future games. We're also looking at partnering them working with them on partnerships and programming as well. Also considering the ability to host UCI World Qualifier events, which would be a massive regional draw and provide an economic boost in this area as well. Just some images and renderings of our pump track. The image to the top is our adaptive track, which is a lot more gentle and really allows for users of all abilities, regardless of what type of device they're using to use it. And even entry-level riders, such as small kids or someone that's just getting into the sport. The bottom left is a rendering of our full pump track with the large wall ride, which we're really excited about. And again, the goal is to try to entice and invite users of all ages and abilities, regardless of what kind of device they're in. And our partnership with Wasatch Adaptive, we feel, will really help with that. These are just some images. The top left and bottom right are renderings of our skate park design. The bottom left is kind of a precedent image, and we're really excited about the skate park. We're actually putting it in a location that used to be the old pools, some of the pools for the water park. And so this allows for some different topography and some interesting design, which will really create a diverse experience for skaters, which we're really thrilled about. Just to touch on our funding request, our request is $1 million through UORG. The city currently has over $1.7 million as a matching funds for the Parks, Trails, and Open Space General Obligation Bond. Our timeline is we're currently in design for phase 2 and anticipate being completed with design at the end of this year and starting construction around this time, spring next year through 2029. And the way we feel that this project aligns with UORG is the fact that it will be a regional and outdoor recreation asset. It also expands equitable access, and we feel it's a very good example of inclusive park development. And with that said, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah.
What questions? I'll ask one.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of projects and it's very competitive. If we're not able to award the entire amount you're requesting, are you going to be able to still proceed and what impact would that have on the overall project if we did a partial?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we do not have full funding for the entire phase 2 quite yet. We are pursuing other funding avenues. So it may come down to making some difficult decisions on value engineering if we need to. We're optimistic we're going to hopefully be able to get some additional funding. But if not, then we would have to really see how, if the UORG funds come through, if it's partially funded, what can we do with that? If it's fully funded, obviously it would have a greater impact on what we can and can't build. But so that's kind of up in the air. We're optimistic to get additional funding to really be able to build out phase 2, but that's kind of yet to be determined.
Okay. Really cool seeing another 80s destination of mine.
Yeah. And it's fun because we are looking at ways to incorporate and pay homage to the old water park in the park. Phase 1, we're actually going to be building kind of an entry feature using the old water park slide section, so kind of a gateway into the park. And then the splash parks we're also going to have some of the old water slide sections. So we're looking at subtle ways to kind of pay homage to the old water park, which is fun.
It's fun. Cool. Okay, Cameron online, you got a question?
All right, thank you. And John, excellent presentation. And
thank you.
I too love the old raging waters and appreciate the transformation that's underway there.
Yeah.
You referenced this a little bit, but can you just talk more about the impact that a facility of this size would have on the west side of Salt Lake City and the dearth of similar amenities, not just in the city, but in that region of the valley as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons why we feel this is a significant project, especially on the west side, is the limited access, especially to free recreation in the area. So one of the desires early on was actually a pool for the park, and we recognize that a pool might be great, but we're trying to provide free and open access to recreation, especially given the demographics of the west side. We also recognize that the west side, through some of the research that we've done, has probably less ownership when it comes to vehicles than other areas within the city and even the county and state. And so providing ways to access Glendale Park is important. And given the proximity to the Jordan River Trail, we feel it's very significant. Some of the amenities that we're providing are, there aren't amenities like this, such as an ice skating ribbon and a wheel ribbon in close proximity to the west side. And so we felt like the wheel ribbon really pairs well with the pump track and skate park. Even the topography of the west side is interesting because it's flat. And so given the fact that we're trying to preserve the hill to create some interest in topography in the area, which allows for different types of recreation, such as sledding. Some kids don't even have access to hills where they can go sledding. That's, I guess we're being optimistic that we'll continue getting winters. We're hopeful we'll continue to get snow. But there's various reasons why we feel this project is really significant, not only to the west side, but this region. And it's been well received. Phase 1 has been huge. We've heard such great feedback from the community, and we're excited about phase 2 and the ability to push forward with some of these amenities.
All right. Any other questions? All right, if not, we'll conclude. Thank you, John. I really appreciate your time.
All right, thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
Okay. With that, is the final presentation for our regional assets. Got a little bit of time between now and,
Let's turn the lights on.
lights back on. We want to just jump right into regional asset tier and decide, make a few more reactions down the list.
Still have any guests?
Yeah, we do. At least one I can see there, yeah.
Right now, we have to acquire $500,000. It's 20 million cats.
Where are we, regional asset tiers?
5.2.
We're at 5.2, which is, only 25% of the total. A little low, in my opinion, but to reward the effort and the vision. Some of these big projects are something just really good. We got quite a ways down the list, but if there are others, I'm now to discuss some of those.
So I just want to make sure I've got my notes right here. So we moved forward the top 4 yesterday. Right down to Farmington Allville's at full funding. Right, and moved forward to Santa Clara at full funding. Then we moved forward to Parowan Canyon at full funding.
I thought it was North Vegas. North Vegas was the top, that's what we included.
Top 4 were,
Yeah,
the top 4 were funded. So we've got 6 that we've moved forward at their full funding request. Right,
the top 6, right?
So it's, Farmington.
It wasn't the top 6 schools.
No, I show that we did, so I'm just double checking when we move forward. I show we did North Davis, Ashley, Gorge, Glendale, Farmington.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then Santa Clara. And then Parowan, the ones I showed that we moved forward.
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
When you say North Dave, are you referring to Lester?
Yeah, the North Vegas.
No,
one,
on
shoreline.
the shoreline track.
All right, I see. Yeah, you are correct. If you want to glance up, I mean, this is kind of where we're at yesterday. So yeah, we did Epstein Shore, doing the Glendale, Parowan, the North Davis Mountain Shoreline, and Farmington Mountains. So,
Yep, 6 of them, right?
yeah, we're
6 projects.
aligned.
Okay. You guys open for me taking a shot?
Yes,
Shot,
please.
Everybody is here.
No, can I ask one thing? Yeah. Because we did talk yesterday about, I think, Parowan, possibly another due to the other funding, the DOT fund, the storm transportation.
Yeah, there was a question whether or not.
Yeah,
So that, are you suggesting that we pull back our loan because of the, or nothing? I can't remember.
I'm asking a clarifying question. I can't really still what the decision was.
Well, my recollection is that's where some of this got brought up, whether or not some of that could be used by this 11 million that Cam mentioned coming in from the feds. That's going to go to UVal. And then whether or not in the future, some of this could be taken care of with some other Utah Trail Network funding. That's what I remember. And there's no clear answer as to what that $11 million is for. Could be used for, even though it was for growth. So
I bet Cameron has an insight to offer. Cameron?
I won't go as far as saying I have insight. In the conversation I had on Tuesday with HHS, they said that the federal criteria was still being worked out, and then UDOT will administer it, and that money is coming soon. It has to be allocated this calendar year, but they're still working on the final details. So when Des was asking about, criteria and timing, like, I don't know, but as soon as I know, I'll let you know, but it will be $11 million in those 25 counties. I'll also point out that within Salt Lake County this year, you will see on the ballot the renewal of the ZAP tax. And there's also a high likelihood that there will be a bond on the ballot for investment in parks and recreation for Salt Lake County owned amenities, but that list is being worked on through the summer. They have to make a decision by August. So in terms of other revenue streams, those exist, but they're still, the details are still up in the air.
I'll just express my opinion. I think we have to leave the Carroll on $1 million where they're in play right now with that water project. And look at using that $11 million or Trail Network for the other two phases and see whether or not they come back to us for funding in the future to be able to close the loop on those, but leave the $1 million in there this year.
Yeah, I like that plan, because then they can show commitment to one entity. Maybe to force the others.
So, I heard a lot in our presentations today, right? Well, they've asked for larger dollar amounts, they can function with less. And so this is where I'm gonna try and take a shot at getting some support to a number of those that we heard today at some level and lower level, and leave some money in the pot for whether or not we hold it for something with Trails Network or something, or whether or not we hold it for the economy is going to be down. I personally believe that the visitor economy's the revenues coming on the hotel side is going to be down. The gas price, cost of living across the board in the US, you're going to see some downsizing, particularly this summer in drive market. And that may be that we capture more Utah staying close and we don't get as many out of state, but I think we're gonna see that being down going through this year.
I looked at some of the budget details. I guess maybe where we start is to look into some of the budget worksheets and then take a look. If we've got, one budget line item and two of them that are really strong, that are definitely upper recreation affinity score, which is something I only created in my own mind. Some things have a high score as to how meaningful they are for a mission, things have a lower score. So some of them I just looked at immediately and like, okay, yeah, some of the more drainage or shade or those things, while necessary, may not be as important as bigger things, actual recreational hard infrastructure.
I would agree. I think looking at budgets would be important, but when I go through the list of all these and I think about what a regional asset tier was meant to do and to really bring people in, the only one on here that we haven't funded yet, and this is just a world according to Tom, is the Maple Tree Trail System. It's 50 acres. And if anybody spent any time in Corner Canyon, it is a junction. We're so busy because that's where the whole Wasatch Front funnels to. To me, this is a project that would bring lots of people to that area, whether it's races or teams. And it might not bring hotel stays, but it'll bring business to restaurants and other local. And so to me, before we kind of divided the pie for some of those other projects, that's one that I thought we should.
So why don't you make a motion for full funding on that one? Let's see how that goes.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for full funding for Mapleton City South Valley Regional Bike Park.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
It's in order, so motion by Tom, seconded by Aaron for a full funding on the Mapleton project.
And I reviewed that one, I didn't have to make a sales pitch, but I was doing it, so. This is one in my notes that the exact same thing, we just hit the money for what a regional asset project is.
Agreed. Yeah, for sure. All right, Cameron.
Hi, and just a quick procedural clarification. Are we at the point now where we are voting to fund? Or are we still at the point where we are voting to advance? I just want to make sure I'm clear on the motion.
Yeah, we're just voting to advance. Same as yesterday. We're just
but advance a full $1 million.
I might have said fund, Cameron, that's a good point.
Okay. And I support the change to motion.
Good clarification. Yeah. Same process as yesterday, those that we are adding to our final list of those to recommend. All right, any other discussion or questions to the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, and any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously then.
So it feels like after hearing the discussion and then I've got a handful that I want to have that we highlight and maybe some of the reviewers weigh in on it after we heard the presentation, but I'd like to review the Leicester Regional Recreation, the Ogden City one. I'd like to review, have a discussion about the Goose Nest, Elk Ridge. A discussion about Riverstone Park in Morgan. And then the Vineyard and then Tooele.
All right, say those again. Sorry.
All right, Leicester, Goose Nest, Riverstone, Vineyard, and Tooele.
Okay, for some reason, my list is really hard to follow here, but, let's start with Leicester, then, which is the highest scoring on that list, I believe.
And so that's Lincoln, Jeffrey, Jake. I mean, I'll just start out with, I liked how big and, you know, it was a good proposal. I just don't think I can be supportive of that $1 million request.
Yeah, that was one that I had in mind when I made the suggestion a minute ago. If you look, they've got a fairly broad categorized set of budget items that they're asking for us to fund. And walking and jogging paths, playground surfacing, and then irrigation and landscaping. So certainly the first two are more in line than irrigation and landscaping. Obviously, I was necessary, but that would be where I would start to look and say, well, how about about 800,000 then for those first two categories, or maybe 500,000 for just the walking and jogging path portion.
Those, Lincoln's not there, so it's Jeff and Jake. I mean,
I mean, I'll be honest, I scored higher probably than I should have because of the other part. Yeah. I think in comparison to the other things, yeah, I think the partial funding, just like Jason found out.
So can we just, you know, not taking motions, but kind of target right now, half of the 500,000 for that?
Yeah.
And just see where we'll go from there.
And they even, they're one of the few, they even said, filled out the category of what they be moving toward.
It's like Goose Nest in the city of Elk Ridge, sort of the same thought, and that's why what I was asking all the way down here is like, okay, can you deal with less? And
yeah, and that one is kind of the same. There's several categories there. Maybe starting at 250 would be a good start spot.
And it's a 4 mile away from the trails.
Okay.
Well, that's a brilliant park.
Yeah, it's surrounded by houses. I was really confused about the argument being made that it was going to be a trailhead.
The Elk Ridge Park, it's not a flat.
So they've got 3 categories they're asking for DOR funds on: parking areas, trails, and concrete for 250, playground equipment for 250, which is very CPR-ish. And then the natural water feature for 500,000, which is the most expensive item on their list. One feature, great. There's definitely value there. But that's why I brought up 250, but to address parking areas, trails, and concrete.
Okay. I like the idea of kind of tentatively targeting 250 and see what we do.
All right.
All right, so Riverstone.
From the Riverstone.
And I'm just thinking, just want to talk through what's a lower dollar amount that we feel comfortable there after looking at budgets. Foreign cities doesn't have a very lot of tax base. I also don't, as great as that is for a 3-acre fishery, I also don't see it as a huge economic driver.
That one doesn't feel like a regional asset.
No.
Are there other funding streams for things like fishing that you're getting rid of?
Yeah, BWR. They will fund fisheries.
Pretty much, that's the only one we had for Morgan.
There's another, the one I grabbed is in Morgan. That's saying it's in
No, it's Morgan, there's Morgan City and Morgan County. This one's a Morgan City project. The Morgan County one is the pickleball and tech. Yeah.
So for me, this comes down to, did we give Little Morgan City a little bit of help on it, or did we just pass?
No, I think this one is definitely worthy. They are so unique in the fact that they just do not have.
They don't have a lot.
That was the case that they made. I think it's a great case. I mean, at least with the 716 or so for the pond construction. That's an investment. I think it would be literally a return on the investment, because there will be a lot of input from DWR that maybe not very articulated in this proposal, but they can do a lot of the work and help and consulting, and then obviously stocking the fish.
So you got that? Sorry, you're looking at the budget there. So you think the 716 would be the 717? The amount?
717 would be a reasonable, I think, start with them for sure.
Okay, let's pencil that one in as potential. And then we said vineyard, right?
May I just say, I reviewed the vineyard one. I did not review the farmington one. Vineyard, I think, did a good job putting together their proposal. It's in a high growing area. I would like to open for discussion, I guess, what if, if we fund the farmington at full value and not vineyard one, and what are sort of the dividing lines there?
Yeah.
I was one of the reviewers on vineyard as well, and the only place that I scored low really was on economic drive. I didn't see a big economic driver with this one, but as I better understood it also from the regional, and I may have scored this a little bit early on in the process as well. I feel comfortable with being, for me, ranked higher, even though at the time I thought, okay, it's just a medium, but with as big as that's going to be in that high growth area like Utah County, I saw. So I personally, I think we have to be at that 694 for if this is the difference. Do this with a bathroom or without a bathroom, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
You'll build something that's good for a lot of people, and then.
Yeah.
Close to yours on Saturday afternoon.
So for me, I'd be comfortable at 694.
Okay, what do you say, Cameron?
I raised my hand before the bathroom comment, so my hand is not in relation to the bathroom comment. I just want to make sure that's clear. I was one of the evaluators on the vineyard one as well, and mirror a lot of what Des said. I was hesitant about the economic development piece, and there are other skate facilities in the region. That said, as they, based on their presentation, they address some of those concerns, and it's less than the $1 million amount. To me, the policy question is basically the reverse of what was just said, and that is this a tier one seeking more money, or is this truly a regional asset worthy of 3 times more money than a tier one? I think for this one and the other ones that are in this category, I think we just need to answer that question consistently. I'm comfortable with the 600 plus. I had this scored medium, but again, they addressed some of my concerns and what they pointed out earlier. I also was impressed with the Salt Lake Glendale presentation. That feels like a strong regional draw. So I think as we're putting the dollars together here, so obviously some of these will have to be cut, but I just wanted to chime in as the evaluator on the vineyard piece about how my mind's changed a little bit over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, and Cameron, just, so Glendale's already been approved because it rated so highly, or advanced, because it rated so
Right.
highly.
It's been advanced, but it hasn't been final. Like we haven't finalized the dollar.
You've got at least 2 of us who evaluated that Glendale that are ready to advocate for it. It was just such a solid application that really checked every box in so many ways. I actually put a note that it would be nice to use this as an example for some other applicants to use as a baseline for hitting all those things. the ADA was incredible with this one.
Yeah, I think that helps them.
Yeah,
Just
really.
get a little bit of an edge. So for me with Glendale and Farmington both, well, they asked for the million. I think that they both could deal with something less. So if we drop them to 750, if we had to, we're trying to find a little bit of extra money for something else, we could drop them both to 750 and then fully fund the vineyard and be basically in the ballpark at 694. Or we could drop them to 700, but I was gonna leave that to, hey, did we feel comfortable with the projects? Then what are the dollar amounts we plug in? Or what remaining dollars we need for some other projects that we want to discuss before we wrap up, or whether or not we hold it a little bit for something in the future. Yeah, you know, that I guess what I'd like to see since we did that, and Patrick, I don't know if you've got.
We didn't do the Twillo
those dollar amounts
Dead.
that we talked about.
I wanted to talk about the Twillo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Twillo one as well.
Okay, so yeah, that,
Before we do that.
Yeah.
and for Glendale, you said 7.
Well, I don't know that we need to drop Glendale and Farmington yet. Let's hold off on any changes there.
Yeah, leave them where they're at.
Let's leave them where they're at for now and see whether or not we need to juggle things and then talk about the wall project. Who, Jordan, Tom,
Yeah.
and Aaron,
Yeah.
to Willow.
And I think that's one. I was glad to hear about the digital timing system. I mean, it sounded like it would add in an interesting thing for the non-competition users of the track. They have in an attempt to make it accessible, they're talking about reserving days and classes for different populations, which was good. They talked a little bit more in person about the ADA components of it. I mean, in the proposal itself, it was pretty vague. I don't know that they got super specific in person, but they did address it a little bit more. Let's see, they have a couple of missing letters of support that I think would have really strengthened this. So one, they're reallocating funds for a park from a builder who would be obligated to build a park. I mean, I trust them. It's just not documented anywhere really in here other than saying that they have money from this person. And it's only, or from the company, it's only in the presentation that we learn why they have that money. And their letters of support are all but non-existent. They have a letter of support from the Arts Council that is just like, we like the city, they do good things. It's not even a user letter of support. And that caused me, I mean, we've had big event center, kind of big areas that have had these kinds of facilities in them that have had letters of support from arts councils that have said, we're going to use this for our events. This is just like, we like that. So the letters of support were really in this proposal. Yeah, and it's hard for me to see how they will work with a smaller grant because this is all basically one ginormous thing for, what they're going to do with American Ramp. And I'm not sure how we could cut lighting. I mean, in all of these, we can cut lighting, I guess.
I mean, they did list that they could take 500.
Yeah.
They can take.
And I think that's totally appropriate. I mean, that's the only thing they're asking for DOR grant funds for, just a block category for American Rent Company. And again, in my mind, I have this value system of like, all right, well, there's a lot of different things. A multi-use trail, for example, very high horizontal recreation affinity, whitewater or river, boat launch program, that stuff's all quite high. And then there's some stuff that is more questionable. And I think pump tracks are definitely one of those, especially because, they are definitely something that are in high demand. A lot of kids, a lot of communities really, really want them and they're used a lot. But it's definitely not the same. It's something that's lower on that affinity list as far as I'm concerned. And so, yeah, if we were to go out of it on this one, that would be best placed in my opinion.
Well, they're one of two that actually stated that,
Well, yeah, and the other thing too is
other ones we had to ask and pull it out.
correct. The other thing about this too, and speaking of pump tracks, they are becoming more and more, which at some point we will have supplied the world with pump tracks, right? Where do we want to be doing that? We should be strategic. Right now, we're very close. This project's very close to when we funded last year.
Yeah.
We did just a few
I was
minutes.
gonna bring that up.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
That didn't influence my feedback on this project at all.
so the value is.
Yeah, but the economic impact, I mean, some of this is just coaching them, I think, for future applications if they want to come back, but it was really fluffy and lacking in detail. It was hard. I mean, we've seen and had a much better economic impact documentation in proposals. So
Do you think they could just come back next year with a much better application?
probably.
So,
If we're.
well, what I really like, and I hope, and you brought this up, is for the home, the block homes. That's awesome. I'd love to incentivize that.
Yeah.
Partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see it a bit more formalized and have a little bit more secured. Want to, the board thinking for that.
One thing about, if we compare all these pump tracks, right, one of them is truly an ADA pump track. And then everybody else kind of throws ADA around. I guess I'm saying this because Tracy's, anti-ban and being a person that also had disability plays for part of their life. What if, or I guess can we, some way, if the Salt Lake pump track goes in, utilize their design applications and like the lessons they've learned to then make sure that future pump tracks that are ADA fall into that higher priority.
Right, yeah, and I would hope there's, at some point, maybe there's a certification, somebody will supply affordable projects like that. Maybe it's not something, but yeah.
Because they did all this work to like reach out to disability folks.
Yes.
That, I want to reward that.
Yeah. No, my one note is really that this should be, that proposal should be given to other cities as an example of what they could achieve in that space.
And I mean, it's been obvious, in my short term in this committee that there's only a few companies that do these pump tracks. So it seems logical that.
Yeah, that's true. However, there are also communities that just do it on their own with existing resources. And that I think we want to also incentivize.
Right, the Glendale one is on their own.
They're going to be cheaper.
Yeah, just looking into the future, like, when I see ADA or just accessibility stuff, but then one of them is like Apple Sport, it's a little like you do. Speaking of contracts.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, it becomes more of an in-kind by the county or the city. I think it's going to be way more economical. And also have familiarity on the maintenance side.
Yeah. Yeah, and they know.
It is a bit more specialized, not just constructing it, but also the maintenance stuff.
So if we put, let's just, if we penciled in 500K for the 12. Those others that we've talked about, what was that? Just Patrick, what was that? So
Do you want to maybe just take a quick tactical pause while you and me and Patrick and the team can maybe assemble where we are right now with these discussions and then
Sure.
we can, yeah. We can maybe spend 5-10 minutes doing that.
Plug them in, what we have to know exactly.
Yeah, it just kind of gives an idea of where all of this conversation has led us.
And then just to clarify, that was 500 at Leicester, 250 for Goose Nest, 717 at Riverstone. Full funding, 694 for Vineyard, and 500K for. That's just been for discussion.
Yes, yeah, that was the conversation.
I underestimated.
It's a little easier when I'm not getting like big block on it, because I don't have to like scramble.
Cities.
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of saying.
Those are my notes. I don't think I have more notes right now.
So, see what it work.
Yeah.
Says this is there's all grants right here, that was what it said.
They also, it looks like Patrick, of course, in the office.
So let's see.
That's like, wait, why are they budgeted an extra 200,000?
But
Because they need letter of-
we actually have.
I think big
I like.
Well, that's good timing. That's a little bit.
Yeah. And I love the idea of taking those. Derelicts, yeah.
Let's, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's 7 weeks now.
Oh, that's gotta be something a little higher in bigger. Yeah.
Okay, I think he's got. It's caught up.
Is this based on what we?
Yeah. So.
Chairman, I'd make a motion that we advance those proposals at those dollar amounts that we just plugged in onto the next round, and then keep talking about those of the regional asset that we haven't talked about after we've moved those
Is
forward.
this the total amount with those in it?
Yeah, I'll second that motion to Desmond.
Okay, so motion by Des to advance this list at a full and partial funded regional asset tiers onto our list of those that we want to approve, and seconded by Lance. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And are there any opposed? Unanimous?
Okay, so that leaves, right, that leaves Timpanogos, Sile Slopes, Salina. Three you haven't. And we funded everything else on the regional material asset.
To some level, yeah.
To some level.
Cool. What are those three again? Des?
Timpanogos Canal, Sile Slopes, and Salina Motocross.
We'll take those in order.
Sure.
All right, so let's start with the water enhancement project. We're asking for $1 million. Jeff, Jake, Russ, you three.
Are you on Timpanogos, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I felt that wasn't quite ready, that their funding was not secured. They had a lot more work to do. It seems like they could come back also next year. Overall, the project, I think, is excellent to have these water-based activities to make that area safe and accessible. I really like it. I was just really skeptical that this was ready at this time.
Yeah, I think that's high value, high affinity. Russ, what do you
Yeah,
think?
I ranked it high, and I have the same questions. I had some reservations. The other side of this is, I look at my county, and I was like, we got 4 of them from Utah County, and it looks like we're moving 2 of them. Let's move 2 forward, so I'm like, this one probably could come back next
So
year.
if they came back next year, I think it would be even stronger.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Jake, any thoughts from you on
I
that?
concur.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the permits where, when I was talking to Jake offline.
Yeah.
Right, just worries that the diversion might be going in the wrong location and kind of working through all of their Army Corps of Engineer work and making sure they're doing the right thing for the right location needs some work.
Yeah.
And to say we're gonna do a fish bypass with all of this, but really not have a plan, that's a big deal in how you design that. And it's not-
There's seasonality of water flow. So.
Yeah,
So let's move
So we'll
on,
move on
unless
from
there's
that
a motion that somebody wants to make, I'd say we move on to Silo Slopes.
Yeah, let's move on. Slopes, so, Lance?
Yeah, so, I mean, we talked about this quite a bit yesterday. Bastion, they have an appetite for a lot of money there. They've got big plans. I know there was some, questions on the cost as far as, is this truly accessible to the community? What you get, I mean, I don't know.
Remind us, how much have we funded them in the past? I know we've had a lot of applications and then we funded some.
It was just one project, well,
I think this committee's funded
this committee's
one,
been
and they also got,
that was the nature play area,
yeah, land water conservation.
and then an LWC. Yeah, so, and it's budget chief, I mean, those three categories to me. And here's kind of the nuance in the affinity conversation. A Black Skills Park has the edge over something like a pump track, in my opinion.
As far as an outdoor recreation.
Is it, yeah, how outdoor recreation is it on that spectrum?
Yeah, I mean, I really had a big heartache. Their appetite's always big. I guess I just don't want to feed the straight dog and keep it coming back. $1 million every year because they're always shooting big. But they got big
Stuff in
ideas.
there, I don't think it's $1 million, I don't think it's worth $1 million. Concurrent with whatever else we should do.
Yeah, so, and I think, again, I think they have professional grant writers. You see their numbers, they're nice, round, big, fat numbers. And I think they're just looking for money. I don't know if you went to other entities in the state legislature stuff, they're probably all have these big round numbers in there.
I think I wanna help seed extension and 4-H. I do think,
Sure.
there's really high support in legislature with extension and 4-H. I think if we can help them elevate and get a little bit more visibility and the messaging on how they're trying to broaden their reach within categories, including outdoor recreation, outdoor adventure overall. I don't know which of those three categories, can you draw a line, at a certain dollar amount, we can look at these categories, but,
Given what we've discussed this morning, it might make sense to look at the jump lines and bridges. That's kind of that 3/4 funding.
Yeah.
yeah.
Dr. Rosenbluth has his
Yeah, oh,
hand.
sorry, yeah, Dr. Rosenbluth, go ahead.
This is Silo Slopes, just to make sure we're on.
Correct.
Okay, and was this just for the track part, or it was or was not for the ski hill piece of it?
It is not for the ski hill. It's for the
Okay.
bike.
Just for the bike piece? Okay. I was just gonna advocate on the ski side to have an artificial surface ski area for kind of that year-round use is just very exciting, but it doesn't sound like that's for that part of it. Thanks.
I think there's some good assets here as part of this, and I'd recommend funding it at the lower level.
And I love that they've got diversity of funding.
Sure,
The
yeah.
Pastor County Foundation, the great partner that they've developed, so I'm gonna go with that as well. So maybe if they're saying, you're suggesting a half.
Half or 75%.
What about if we draw the line at the 664, what's the difference in trying to jump?
11. I think that's perfectly logical.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Okay,
We're
motion
gonna
by
fund this application, move it to the next round for funding at 664, 671. Okay.
Second by who? Oh, by Tom. Thank you. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous. That was the last. Glance on top of that. Face the line on this.
We kind of hashed through, I'm sorry.
Like I said, I think it would be brilliant, like the final big dream seems brilliant. We're gonna have to-
Yeah.
It seems like there was a lot of, we're fixing to, we're thinking about, we're talking about, and I think it's a good
Hey,
asset.
that's small town community.
I know that's not. I'm on the Shelby City
Call us
Council.
out.
I wouldn't expect money if we were fixing to. That's just- I think it's, I think we encourage them and say, guys, this is the sign of that thing. There's just a few of those questions we asked, get it together. I know it'll put you in your mind, but let's get it.
Lance, to your point, I'm a little bit confused because I think doing the track is great, but even when they were talking about the track and the basics of, well, what equipment are you going to use and how often are you going to groom it? Who's going to groom it? Who's going to design it? Have you thought about liability issues? You just thought about EMS services, all of those things. So there's that piece of it. But then there was also the confusing piece to me is we're throwing in building the campground with it too. So it's like we're bringing in water, power and sewer to have feels like a campground. And so it does feel very like we're just throwing everything out there and hoping something will stick.
Yeah, what I do like, I mean, it's big, and they also have the night, of course, that they're trying to get in there. Their budget is pretty detailed. And one of the pieces they have in there is a $100,000 for mobilization. So that would be maybe, if anything, for this project, will help on the mobilization side.
That's a good way to maybe say, we like the project. I for one, when I saw motorized on here, I was like, oh, man, finally there's something in my background. But they just need to come back and maybe if we just give them.
Just open the box a little bit on mobilization piece.
Another thing, I think you mentioned it yesterday, Jason, they applied for a grant through the OHV program and it was denied. I'm curious as to why it was denied.
It had to do with just lack of clarity on how much support they have from one adjacent island. It seemed like that there was support, but it wasn't made clear. And what they had done too, some of our OHP advisory committee members have been talking to Salina. Salina made a commitment to have a signed document from the landowner in time for the meeting. They had not done that. The landowner was there present at the meeting. He expressed general support, but also just hesitation. He just wants to do due diligence for him and his successors when it comes to that.
Jason, we saying mobilization, I think you have to remember the press one that says 30,000. What was the 100,000 of your city?
The very top line.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry.
Do we know if the two other line items that are for the engineering company, it just says one's construction administration, they're both construction administration? If those are part of like the designing and inspecting the project, is that make or break kind of help? Planning part? I guess let's clarify.
Yeah, I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's clear at all in their application, but Scott, Tracy, feel free to weigh in if you have side of things.
Yeah, not anything specific to when you're talking about engineering costs. I just have lots of questions about this one and even, is this the appropriate place for it to be funded out of? Could they get money from the OHV program first?
Yeah, well, that's a good point because there's a fall application cycle for the OHV. That's a good point.
If you've been to Richford for the right of race, it's good. But this was built down and the park, this could be an amazing facility that has lots of roads.
And I think you're right, and in the spirit of regional asset would be,
And the existing building and infrastructure is really here.
Tom, I'm right there with you, but it's when we start throwing in RV campground and all these other, I'm like confused. If we're just doing the night before, fleshing out the track, the motorized track.
So if they came back next year and said, we just want to.
yeah, I actually would like to see that. I'd like to see it maybe get focused, and so that would, I think, take them out of the regional asset tier category, and we go into tier 1 with them, as well as with the speed grants, or potentially RI For now.
I mean, and just being really honest, the location's interesting for a motocross park because you've got some commercial camping on both sides and then it could be not super thrilled when there's events and things. They are noisy.
They are, yeah, they're part of that. But there's also, like, if you look at the Jordan River OHV park, same arrangement, there's an RV park right across it. How much complaining do you guys get on that? We don't, we were there first. That's always.
Yeah.
But I was gonna go back and say, looking at the population base, I also have some questions about how many riders are actually going to get and the use that they'll get out of that motorized track. We get, you know, on a high day, we get 200 riders at those.
And I think that's what they want. They want to develop this as a destination for events, competition with.
It's just, even if that's what you're after, and then just to maintain it and keep it up, and everything, it's going to be a real difficult thing for either the city or the county to define.
That was my.
Well, it's chicken and eggs, right? Yeah, if there's economic input due to the competitions, then that's kind of like the BFR, the same concept.
I just know from what we've seen in those markets.
Well, I asked it yesterday because we charge a $10 fee and that doesn't cover.
Right.
And we get 100 to 150 riders, but it's only open a couple days a week. It is a high cost.
And I think that's probably the model that they seemed like they were trying to suggest would be the general public can access it, but also we would have events and charge the event for the they will then.
I think they're going to force you to having do that because there's really not a lot of opportunity for hotels and restaurants and so on.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You know, but I think that's why they've got the camping there, knowing that they're gonna attract some, right, some competition. They're gonna have places where people can camp.
Yeah, if they have a 2-day race event like places do, they'll definitely have to fill that place up.
Yeah. Not hearing a motion. So.
I'd make a motion to decline for this year.
Well, we can do that, but. Move on to the next topic.
Just pass on it for this year.
Mr. Chair, I believe lunch is here. Yes, it's got hungry. It's got honestly. So, and that's a perfect timing to wrap this conversation. I think we've addressed every single one. We can rise up to your list. Most of the structure.
We have public comment at 12:30. That's our last must do.
Okay. So then we will go ahead and take a break for lunch.
Do a shorter lunch or a working lunch?
Yeah, sort of like we did yesterday, just about enough time to. I want to be able to start down. Most of it, 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at after.
That's a long time. You think it's fair?
His foreign bill.
Yeah.
Clock's not even recorded.
Tell people about. She says, she says, one day you can be a Matt Goldberg, I heard one of Matt, he was playing, he was awful.
He's pretty big.
Yeah, that's a big one.
I guess the two players there are.
You guys, he's your biggest person.
Yeah, we're gonna unmute Patrick. Mute, okay. We are, back. I'm still eating sandwich out of my teeth, it's ready to go. So Patrick, as usual, point out to you something that I forgot. We did discuss a little bit, we mentioned this on the trail money we have, 44,000. 26. So we have the potential to do a little bit additional math within regional assets here with regard to the Davis Bottom Shoreline Trail and there's a summary. They've asked for 653, so we could supplement this group has recommended, and so in a way increase the available amount by 226,000. Makes sense.
I'll make that motion that we reduce the 663, 284 by $226,000.
Okay. In order, a second. Second, Mike, and any discussion? Is there a question? Cam?
I was ready to.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Okay, that's the announcement. Make that adjustment.
No, mine's at 437 and 280.
Okay. So with that, I think we are able to now set aside regional assets here. What is the amount that we will be talking about? So about 1.4 million roughly. We have this roughly 1.4 million of wiggle room. And if there are any projects in any category, I think now will be a time to bring them forward.
Just as you guys are looking down through that list, what I'm thinking on this is if we could target somewhere around $1 million in the holdback, whether it's the economic holdback or whether it's UTF. I'm not, it doesn't have to be $1 million, but somewhere in that ballpark where we've got 1.4 million, but I want to make sure we give consideration to projects that we haven't really talked about or ranked below, or see if there's something that we want to advance before we make a decision like that.
So, and you could make that in the form of a motion that is to allocate on our list some amount that you want to as a whole.
Well, before I did that, I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to say, hey, look down through this list, take a few minutes, look down through the list. If there's something that slipped through the cracks that one of the evaluators said, hey, we ought to give some serious consideration to something that we.
We have a couple of tier ones. There are two that were sort of state parks related. If you look at your tier one, there's one on the second page. Sorry, it's not tier one, it's on an I apologize.
White jackets.
Yeah, the life jackets program. This is to build a bunch of like kiosks or motor stations for life jackets. They're asking for 100,000. Just from a safety perspective, I think that's kind of a great, project in terms of like newer people coming into building, don't have their own equipment. This provides them with safety equipment, so.
And is this, they have jackets and they're needing to replace jackets?
It's mostly for the kiosks. And if I want to do this request, one of the issues is they kind of show you some examples, but they don't really go into detail about it. So, but they will be like little life jacket limitations. There are a couple other pictures that show life jackets. That can be used.
So is it actually buying the life jackets or putting it in the
It's the
kiosks?
kiosks.
Okay.
It's the infrastructure.
Does anybody in the room have any insight on that?
I remember looking at that one as well. And I'm sure, I'm guessing I'm the high mark on that, unless you do. Nancy, were you high or were you? I can pull up my notes and see, but I don't have a lot to input on there.
My
Do you have-
competitiveness against other apps, I think it's great, it's just hard. They're used. I mean, they've got these at several of the parks already. I mean,
Well, there's a lot of deaths. We were talking about this last night at dinner. There's a lot of people who go out and think that they can.
Especially with paddleboards and kayaks. You sit on top of kayaks and paddleboards, which is, I mean, deceptively dangerous. I feel like that's a flotation device. So I should be able to, if I fall off, I can use it. And we sadly every year people lose their lives because of that. And that incorrect assumption and probably insufficient evaluation of the weather and everything.
Yeah, that's where I was just gonna follow up Betsy with that. When we talk about boating, a lot of this is non-motorized boating is where we're targeting. And we've gotten donations from IMC and other places for the actual life jackets. So now we need life jacket stations. Also, as I think you or somebody mentioned that maybe it was you, Mike, that we have these at several state parks. We do, but they also need to be practiced.
like Huntington, they're just against the building.
Yeah, and so we want to essentially double the number that we have as well as modernize them.
And looking at the budget, it's just a lump sum for materials. And again, gently, there could be a better application if they're more specific on what is being built, how those materials being used. And that piece about the donations for the actual life jackets, that was. All that could raise that.
And I will say too, that Chris and I had talked about this signage, specifically how wordy the current signs were. They're so wordy, they're ignored. Yeah, yeah, it's just repeating a whole bunch of code. And it's not really saying, here's the message, you need to wear your life jacket, basically is what. This is so much better than what is out there. The whole point is to motivate a change in behavior.
Yeah.
And I would say, Scott, that I see other ones I've been to, they're right next to the stuff they're renting, and so a lot of people go and they think that they have to rent them. Because they're sitting next to the paddleboards, the other stuff that they do have charges for. So I see a lot of non-use parks I've visited because people don't know when they're not actually available.
Well, the last person I know that used their life at, they walked right, anyway, one of them on the other day, they walked right past the free to use life jacket station. Got on paddleboards and then.
And is this just for multiple state parks, not just considering just like one?
Yeah, statewide. One thing to keep in mind too is our efforts as a division this year, we're launching a pretty significant water safety and life jacket awareness campaign. A lot of resources into the messaging missions. And this is in conjunction with state parks and the division of outdoor recreation are working on this together. And so you'll see that coming up in a couple of weeks, actually. It'll be an introduction.
Yeah. So this one was just outside of where we had proposed to move them for further evaluation, right? Yeah.
The other one I want to bring up is the Canyon View Park Pond restorations that quickly I evaluated this one. It's run down, it's perfectly within RRI, the WRI partnership, and there is the addition of an ADA platform. Disabled anglers, some extra infrastructure, it needs to be dredged. There's a lot of things happening with this project, but some variation for viability of the aquatic life. Right now, it's probably not even usable for most. And anyway, I don't know if either Evan or Cam, you had any thoughts on it? You guys both evaluated it as well. Okay.
This was the canyon view.
Yes, and you probably found that.
My computer was not my computer was not unmuting there, so did you want me to give my 2 cents on this one?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Okay, let me pull up my notes on it. I'll be thank
There
you just
were-
a second.
There were 2 mediums and one high, and I probably was the high. I did a little bit of that because I thought need to post it. Familiar with this project.
Okay, yep, I've got my notes up. I've got my notes up for it now. So the solid application, one concern was about the match, that the match was dependent on the city receiving another grant. So if they didn't get the grant, then the city would not reach the 50% match requirement. I also was curious about the overall use because there's another reservoir nearby that allows fishing. They did have some good data about the visitation, and it is shovel ready. So to me, it really came back to that, to the match question.
I'm gonna pull up their 2026 WRF funding. Let's see it.
I apologize, team, I cannot find my notes on that.
I can always pull your numbers too. Always watching. Remember when we used to have these tiny spreadsheets which nobody could read? What I'm looking at right now is WRF.
We do appreciate the job.
Yeah. Well, I'm not seeing anything definitive there, doesn't look like that. Even on the list, but it is the next year, so. And then also, if there's anything else on that one? I believe Tracy wanted to talk about the Midway Dynamic project.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the thoughts on that. I believe last year they presented and maybe as a regional asset and they've moved in here. I thought they had way more details regarding their future plans. This is for, this is still for the ice rink, detailed out like the amount of guests that they have. They do have full support from their city boosters with money, great letters of support, more, details. So I was just hoping to hear a little bit more from what others thought of this.
I reviewed that one. So this was 81,000 guests last year. They want it open 7 days a week in terms of their operation. They do have an excellent management plan. It's shovel ready. They secured their match. They had used a lot of the residual equipment that was donated from the 2002 Olympics and refurbished that. And they are just ready to do another refurbishing again. I think it's a really nice project.
Yeah, I thought so too. And it looks like, I guess, to a lesser region one was low. And so I couldn't quite remember the details we'd given them last year, but if we felt like they had come back with, some good updates, the total of the project's like over 1.1 and they're requesting 250, I believe, if I have that correct.
That's right.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? those three on RRI, that represents about 520,000 if they were all fully funded.
What was those three again, Jason?
So the Utah State Parks Life Jacket Loaner Program revitalization, the Midway Ice Skating Rink upgrade summary, or I'm saying summary, and then also the Canyon View Park Pond.
That next, the building car, $23,000.
Yeah, I can definitely look at that.
You got one, that's actually put forward by the Trails Foundation in Northern Utah, that is. Tracy's probably the. It's to, at the Building Guard Ranch on the Antelope Island State Park, it's to kind of improve the trail, and part of it is going to be building a boardwalk, or replacing boardwalk out to the viewpoint. It's there were some discrepancies on the amount of boardwalk they said that they were going to build. Like, I was like, this is a big lot, and I thought of the amount that you say you're going to build. If you look at this map, it's a much smaller amount. They have some material that are donated for that boardwalk. It's, you know, I can see a lot of school groups really using this to do a little bit out by the ranch. And I think, you know, big claim of theirs is that this would improve accessibility, although part of that trail is just going to be like mowed, and so it's just like a natural surface kind of walking through a field, and like, it is accessible if it's firm and stable, but it's not like a paved copper. And Tracy, I don't know if you remember this was the Field and Gar Ranch.
I do. I'm looking at my notes here, and I thought I'd written down positive of the number of visitors that they stated that come to this, families and children. There's also signage, correct? That's part of this?
There is, yeah, some signage, yeah.
And the trail and boardwalks to increase accessibility. If from what I remember, like the trails that are more natural are also like really hard packed. So I didn't see any like major issues on that side of things from accessibility. And the ask is only like 23, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So Scott, I've got a question for you on Antelope Island. The legislature put a bunch of money into the northern end of the island where the visitor center is. Now there's a new theater that's going in, that's in process of being built to have a lot more people going. It's a theater show, and having community groups, kids, whether it's kids or just community groups, come out and better understand the Great Salt Lake and the impacts and the importance of the Great Salt Lake. So I think you're going to see quite a bit more visitation going out to Antelope Island in the foreseeable future. And so that might be, hey, as long as they're there, they're also going to want to go see the rest of the island. Once you're there, you know, say, hey, I'm just turning around, saw a movie and leave.
Yeah.
So this might make some sense to you.
Yeah. No, Des, you're spot on.
I guess I'd like to hear maybe a little bit about the Scott Manson Preserve Trail, what that project is.
We do a little bit of sign.
Okay.
I like it. It's close to home. It's right by this place right across from the zoo. Probably has a ton of user groups. Looks like they're just gonna research the water from. They're gonna put more like fresh granite or fresh stone down in the middle of the trail. So they call it more accessible, but they don't really address if it's really ADA approved. That's maybe a Jeff or Tracy question. But had a lot of good support, including Scratch.
Did they mention any goat remediation?
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
I was also an evaluator on the Matheson Preserve Trail and scored it quite low, and a couple of reasons for that. Number one, it doesn't appear to be a high use area, and it didn't feel like it was truly increasing accessibility or access. Second, the trail can still be used now, so as I was evaluating it compared to other applications and recognizing we have to say no to a good number of applications, I was asking myself, is this an essential upgrade that has to be funded this year? And the information was pretty limited about whether it really was necessary this year and if it was shovel ready or not. So, and there were still several steps to go on the process. So anyway, that's why I ranked it low.
Thanks, Ken. It's not far from my office and my house. What I'm seeing more since the university housing, the new university housing went in just west of Foothills Boulevard right there, is you're seeing more people use that 10-foot wide pathway, paved pathway coming up towards Research Park and right on the edge of this and going towards this Play State Park and kind of the touch points then borders along the short trail. Trailhead, not too far east of there. As I'm seeing a lot more activity of people coming up from those areas to utilize this for the recreation in that area. So I'd be interested in supporting this.
I would say that the local community uses this park a lot, blocks, and State Parks has put in quite a bit of, well, it seems like every year we do something to harden, make that trail better. I think this will just accelerate that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that we do the top or the bottom 5 of that first page, that we advance those 5.
Okay, so 1 5 that page, starting with the maps and
So that's in the-
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Second from Russ. Okay, any discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Cameron.
Hi again. Can you just clarify what it was? It was hard to hear exactly what the motion was.
Yeah, sorry, we've got a little external noise to compete with, but what Des has proposed is that starting with the Scott Mountain Preserve Trail project, which is it's scored 80, going down to the Canyon View Pond Restoration, which scored 73.3. So that's a total of almost 600,000, 595,000 of additional RRI projects.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. And I scored several of these. I scored them medium or low. And so before we vote on this, can you just give a quick update of how much money we have left in the pool? So we're basically comparing these medium to low priority projects with other medium to low priority projects. So can you just remind me how much money is left?
Yeah.
That's what that matters.
So, this is with
the current mission added.
So we have about 1.6 before this proposal, and if this were to be added, then we would have just under, we have about 800,000.
And that is with or without setting any money aside?
Yeah, that's everything. So that's without setting any money aside as has been discussed for future transportation related match opportunities.
So we've been working off of just a rough number of $20 million. When I talked with Patrick, there's a little more flexibility there with, he did some conservative estimates on some other pieces. So there's maybe a little bit also in reserve that we've got some to play with. Right?
Yeah, so the 1 million or 1.25 million that we sort of discussed a little bit informally would still be available if we were to approve all of these. Recommend. Look at that, mid-motion, right there. So anyway, let's finish this. Any discussion or further questions about this particular motion? Or not, then we will hold a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, one opposed, and that was Cameron. Okay.
Buzzkill. Buzzkill Cam. I love it. Way to stand up, man.
I think that's the first nay vote of the meeting, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
A bunch of softies.
You're
With that,
welcome, everyone.
it is now 12:31 and it is on our agenda for a public comment period between 12:30 and 12:45. Anybody online you recognize? Patrick?
We have a few members of the public on, Dalton and Melanie, who we've heard from, that was disqualified and for being public comment, of course. Other than that, Deputy McCartney, Darwin Cook,
All right, so there are a few people hanging out in the virtual space. We don't have any of the members of the public in the room here, but if you are a member of the public and you would like to take advantage of this opportunity for public comment, please just use the raise hand feature and let us know and we'll recognize you. Leave that open for Nicole. Do we need to leave that open for a full 15 minutes?
Yes, please, till 12:45, but you can do other stuff while that's going on.
All right, we'll leave this open. What's that?
If we have a name, what's the procedural?
Oh, yeah, also Nicole, if we, in our last vote, it was not, voice vote unanimous. Do you recommend that we do repeat that motion, do a roll call vote?
Yeah, I think actually in that case, it would probably be wise, and quite frankly, otherwise I would tell you to ratify it at the next meeting anyway. Just
Okay.
in an overabundance of caution.
You want to change your mind, Kendall?
He might have
No
people,
pressure.
he might get someone to send us with, jump on his band.
I mean, I appreciate all of that, and I'm not an attorney, but we got one no vote, and that one person has identified themselves, everybody else is a yes.
Yes, I very, very clearly identified myself.
We're just spending so much time talking about it, it's so exciting to do it.
I'll take that, Betsy, I'll take that as a point number before the motion is actually. So we will conduct a roll call vote, and so we'll begin here in the room. So to recap, the prior motion didn't fully get evaluated properly. So again, there's 5 projects on the RRI list: Massive Reserve, Light Jacket Warner, Midway IP, Hillview Rams Trail, and Canyon View Pond. And we'll take a voice vote, beginning with Russ.
Yes.
All right, Lance?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Aye. And Des?
I was telling Betsy, do you dare me to vote against my own motion? Fun.
Happened before.
I did that, but.
No, I'm an aye.
All right. Jim? I abstain. Scott is going to abstain. Thank you. We'll vote aye. Cameron?
Nay.
Don't
That
forget.
was so toxic. Tracy?
Aye.
Dr. Rosenbluth?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. With one nay and one abstaining. For VLC. That makes the motion.
Final motion to approve all of the post.
That's in order.
Yeah, are we there yet?
That is in order. The motion is from Tom to approve, to move these from a tentative recommended list into the final list. To approval.
Point of clarification, can we look at the list on the board, just the
Yeah.
totals?
So let's bring that up. We evaluate this motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Russ, thank you. And so here is where we sit. Again, keeping in mind clarification that Patrick has provided. This is not hard, firm, absolute number. This is what we started with a rough number. So it would be safe to say that we have about $1 million if we wanted to formally do that as part of this package, or if we want to do it separately. Any other questions, discussion, or concerns about moving on with this motion?
We have an idea, is it roughly 10% of the funding gets canceled or they don't come through? And there's always extra, right?
There always is. I think it's a good thing for us to keep in mind, but I don't know if we're gonna make decisions based on that, but what, what's your sense?
Yeah, I think, like, napping that 10%, but we try to roll that forward though, into the next year, so we don't want to sit on too much.
My thought was, we're roughly 200,000 over that million that we're, that's probably in there anyway, just probably some of my.
Yeah.
So is there a motion, I would entertain a motion to designate / allocate a $1 million figure generally towards UDOT related active transportation partnership funding opportunities.
I don't think I want to go that near. I think we say silent on that. Because if there's not something there, then it might make sense to have it be held over for another year based on the economic worries that Cam has raised. But
Wouldn't that be covered either way?
yeah, if we do nothing, then we're not making a motion on what to do with it.
Well, what I'm saying is the opposite, is if we say it's for this project and there's nothing there, we're still holding it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And what we said, there's a plan for that $1 million. I know we have a plan for it.
That's fine. And I think the point, that is kind of the concern we're trying to address here. I think.
Okay, that's that. I'll take back on comments. In fact, I'll make the motion that we hold approximately the remainder of the funds available in anticipation of Utah Trails Network or partnership with UDOT with that or the $11 million that they're going to be receiving.
Generally, any transportation, federal or state funds. Match. So, Nicole, what are your thoughts there?
Oh, just real quick, I just want to make sure that we all understand that I think, I see what you guys are trying to do with the allocations and stuff, but respectfully, I think we probably should have a discussion at some point in the future about how to actually effectuate this the way that you guys are intending on the back end, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because legally, just doing it like this and saying we allocate it, I don't think that that's legally sufficient with our finance laws. That's all. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to throw it out there that can we follow up on this?
Yes, absolutely. And so my thought on that is, this is not going to be binding. It's not that we could just throw it automatically. We would have to reconvene in order to cover our law and our rule. I think what this does though, is just provides us with clarification. If the question does come up in legislative committees or other meetings, we can say, no, we actually don't have $1 million.
Yeah, I think it's really, really helpful to do it this way. And the only thing that I would ask is, as you guys are making these motions, to the degree to which you guys can be specific about your intent for this, it would very much help me try to effectuate that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Nicole.
And we're talking about just carryover. We're not talking about an allocation, right? We're just saying this roll it over in like.
We're more or less earmarking it. It's very informal.
Yeah.
It could be used for anything, including contingencies on another project. But if there is a discussion or set of discussions that happens about this federal $11 million or actual HIP partnerships where similar to the Colorado Pathways One. With UDOT, our quarterly coordination between our trails team and the UDOT trails team come up with one or more potential partnerships for funding match. That is when we would reconvene and say, okay, well, we've gotten a little bit more clarification, obviously along with some of our legal counsel's advice, how to then make it formal.
And very clearly, it's not due to a lack of $1 million of other great projects that prioritize this whole over.
Right. I think there's such high value in those matching opportunities that's why we're doing this.
The reservation is, I would love it if there was a deadline. If you said after 3 months or 6 months, maybe this group reconvenes and we could still award a lot of grants here.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I would say, staff side, like, we'll meet with Nicole, you know, obviously with our internal meetings. We're gonna get you all back for approval of the RTD non-motorized here pretty soon, so maybe we can at least give you an update there. Try to plan, sketch out what that looks like after we've had that moment with Nicole, to like really. It's out.
Yeah, go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry, you guys, I have one more question. Can you guys let me know if, for some reason you did the UDOT funding, it didn't end up happening for some reason? Are you anticipating that this just returns to the general grant fund, or are you then allocating it to a second project?
I think it would just roll over as if we had not approved it for anything.
Perfect. Thank you so much for putting that on the record.
Thank you for helping us. Any other thoughts about this? Yeah, I don't think it's completely necessary, but I think it does help us answer questions that might come up in terms of leftover, carryover amount. So that was your motion.
That was my
I second it.
To move from proposal.
Okay, sorry. The underlying, the original motion was that we, is that, you still want to do that? Any discussion on that? Should we just go ahead and do that?
No, there was a substitute motion.
Or do you want to substitute motion to add this other provision?
Yeah, I just thought we'd follow up with another motion after this.
Okay. So then, any other discussion on the original motion, which is to approve the list that we currently have been adding to make that our start point for recommendations? Any questions or discussion? Again, there's our amount. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and are there any opposed? In fact, maybe we'll do a voice vote on this, just because it's our final big motion. Start the other direction this time. Scott, aye. Jake, aye. Yes, aye. Thank you too for your help and your assistance. Tom? Aye.
Aye.
Say your name.
Yeah, I was waiting for.
Aaron?
Yeah, aye.
Lance? Yes. All right, Russ?
Aye.
And Cameron?
Aye.
Dr. Rosenbluth?
Aye.
And Tracy?
Aye.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. Good job. Big motion. All right, now, any other motions?
I don't know how to phrase all that. In a succinct way. But without it really being a motion, because I want to keep it flexible and not tie our hands, but be clear that we are.
So here are the criteria that I think we're really orbiting around. If we have to involve you, not. Yes, no?
Yes, well, I mean,
Well, it would have to be a project that they are doing either, and one of the two things that you talked about, either the ATIF, network stuff, or the 11 million of federal transportation dollars that may or may not become available to match.
maybe let's try this. I'll try something a little different. The motion that as a board, we acknowledge that we did not spend the full $20 million and that there are opportunities to partner with federal and state programs that are evolving that we would like to consider in the next 6 months, and then come back and reconvene any of the further action on the remaining dollars.
So that more or less signals the intent of this body in this direction versus allocating one way or another.
Yep.
So let's take that as the motion is. It is the intent of the Outdoor Recreation Infrastructure Advisory Committee to hold back and not allocate in any way the remaining funds, but that we will be open to and prefer any projects that come our way or any opportunities that come our way to partner with the Active Trails Network or transportation knowledge or for other things, but that's basically the gist of it.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
All right, man, you almost got there. All right. So any further discussion, questions about that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, this one I definitely, sorry to interrupt, this one I definitely would like a roll call vote for, please, even if it's unanimous, because it's a little bit, unique.
Start with you, Cameron.
I'm honored. Aye.
Tracy.
Aye.
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 Lance. Aye. Aaron.
Aye.
Mike. Aye. Tom. Aye. Des. Aye. Jake. Aye. Scott. Aye. Aye. Well, that is unanimous. Thank you so much. All right, so I don't know if we have anything else to do.
Actually, you know what? I would like to amplify something Russ said yesterday in the car.
Oh, what?
Just, one, making the staff work, again, making it easier. But two, I think Russ said something that resonated, which is just, I think, how grateful so many of us are to be able to do this, to serve our communities in this way. You know, the amount of money has grown over the years, which has allowed us to do even more good. And I believe the phrase that Russ used was, it's really pretty awesome to be able to kind of be Santa Claus and help make projects come alive.
Thank you.
I second that. Yes. Unbelievable.
And the staff puts in so much work. And thank you so much.
That is absolutely the gist of my final comment, and that is, it almost appears that I know what I'm doing is only possible because of the travel time and it's hours and hours and hours to get pulled into this. It is, which I'm happy you all see this as we was truly grateful for the time you get into it here and during scoring. We've all talked during our off times of different political things that don't sound as appealing as fun as and rewarding intrinsically as this is. So we all get to do it together. And thanks again to Lance and folks on Ruby's team for being such a great host. It's been
Yes.
awesome.
Thanks for coming down.
Nice. Can I make one more comment? I just it goes both ways, right? We're so grateful for everything you all do. You know, as we look coming into this, you know, our next grand off season, you know, we'll definitely be reaching out. We depend on you all to kind of give us your input. But just, it's so clear you take so much time. This is not easy being Santa Claus, you know, to use some Russ's language, but yeah. But just also just a special thank you to Noemi. She joined us maybe a month before our last meeting, was just kind of thrown into it all. Over this last year, she has truly become an expert. Just the amount of time she's spent with these applicants one-on-one, all she's doing. It's really amazing how much it's freed me up to do a lot of things just because she's just been phenomenal. So, you know, I mean, it goes both ways. We're so grateful to be part of this for you all. I'm grateful to have the money in this program. You know, and even Maureen back in the office, in our motions, you know, and the whole, you know, we all did this together. It's wonderful. So.
Yeah, and I love how your team is always looking at ways to make improvements every year.
I appreciate all the kind words because one of the DNR core values within the Department of Natural Resources is I see you. So recognizing good work is really important. And then equal to that is you do it always. And these guys are committed to hearing feedback and making this better and better, just iterating over time and every time. I think I've done a really good job. This is my 4th time doing it, and just seeing that kind of. One final thing too, I wanted to let you know about just kind of an idea that's popped in my mind as we talk about this compliance person. I would like to, once we get this person in place, have a regular update, compliance update provided to you all. So, and that will include sort of highlights, big picture stuff, but also if there are particular projects that we would like to have a little bit more insight into, maybe including update from the sponsors or pictures on the ground. We talked about Snowland a little bit. So be open to get that spot filled with your recommendation requests from this group of when we do get around to a compliance report, what projects are most interested in seeing progress.
Next year's meeting at Stedman's Recreation.
was gonna suggest Vernal so we could do the.
Oh, I can definitely, I'll be there on that. That was, I will say that we did the full route and, it took us over 6 hours. So when he was saying that, you know, that extra would be another day, definitely. If I did it again, not knowing what I was getting myself into, if I was taking someone, I would probably say, let's do one section and see how you're feeling. But we have committed to do the whole thing, but that's gonna get crazy popular.
Yeah, and I think we are always working with our comms team to highlight projects like that as that's the example. That's what we're looking for here with pretty much all of the funding opportunities that DOR offers, but especially with your regional assets here, that is one of the examples.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. If you
Oh,
do
this
go,
is
wear
year
some shoes.
11, so
Wow.
What's that?
this is year 11.
You're eleven.
Who's been here from the beginning? You?
And if you've been here from the beginning.
Des and Tom? Oh, yeah. So
Yeah,
just-
she missed just 2015, which was when it was called the Lakeland grant. Which, yeah, but
Like $50.
yeah. Which one, what's that?
She helped her out though for the form of the tax.
The tree center.
The tree center, thank you. That was the-
Yeah, you were trying to remember for me.
Yeah.
Speaking of legislators too, just thank you for your efforts that you do. I know you all do things behind the scenes to elevate and bring other resolutions to the forefront of people's minds, especially the elected officials. Been really nice this year in a flat budget year to see that our funding sources were very, safe session. All good support. Thank you.
I make a final motion.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right, make a motion to adjourn.
And so, Jeremy, it's on the table.